Thank you all for being here. We are happy this week to kick off Read Across America Week. So some of us are dressed as book characters, so pardon our appearance. But we hope that you'll be able to get out into our schools this week and read with some of your favorite students, those in your constituent areas or not, just those across the district. So please join us as we celebrate with our kids this week, Read Across America Week. I'm delighted today to kick off this second board workshop for you. I hope that you'll be pleased with what we have to present. I want to first start off by recognizing our new CFO, Daniel Prentice, seated down to my left, to your right. Mr. Prentice comes with a wealth of experience to CCSD, and we're excited to see what he has to bring. But at the same time, this is a bittersweet moment for us because we need to thank and say goodbye or see you later to Jackie Carlin, who has served our district well. For years and years and years, Mrs. Carlin has stepped up to the occasion, stepped in as our interim CFO in a challenging time, helped us manage ESSER, helped us bring forward budget scenarios for this budget season. And Jackie, you are one of a kind, and your next family is very blessed to have you. So thank you again for your years of service to CCSD and our work here serving kids. So we're going to start, Mrs. Dangerfield will bring up the slides for this year, for this second budget workshop. We're going to review with you our current year performance. We're going to talk about some revenue projections that we have to date. We'll give an overview of our budget philosophy based on what we know about our expenditures and our projections. Then we're going to go through some funding considerations. We're going to ask you as trustees, there are some stickers at your seats. We're going to ask you to help us prioritize what your primary objectives are this budget season. And then we're going to talk about next steps to balance the budget. Again, I'm hopeful that this will provide you a thorough overview of where we are as a system and what we believe is imperative to continue the positive student academic gains that we've seen. And we hope that we'll be able to answer any questions you have about expenditures. And so I'm going to turn it over now to Mr. Prentice to talk some about the fiscal part. Ms. Simmons, Mr. Baroe and I will then talk some about our expenditures along with Mr. Brigman. And then we will wrap up by talking to you about next steps after you get a chance to tell us what your priorities are. Please feel free to ask us questions as we go. We've planned a lot here in a very short period, so we want to make sure we capture your questions along the way. Mr. Prentice.
All right. Good afternoon. So thankful to have Ms. Carlin here with me at least one time as we go through this, and very supportive staff as well. So if I have any hard to ask questions or hard to answer questions, I may defer to them. But want to start out with an overview of the current year performance in fiscal year 2024, looking at the budget compared to projected year-end revenues. So just overview of the major categories, predominantly in local revenue sources. We're looking to come in around $460.9 million at year end, which is 5.94% over the base budget that was approved by the board for this fiscal year. Really nothing to note in intergovernmental and very minor increases in state in particular. So all in all, when you consider transfers and sale of fixed assets, just an unbudgeted line item, about $26 million over the budget that was approved for revenue, 3.71%. And these numbers are as of January 31st, 2024 financials, which you'll see mirrored in the Audit and Finance Committee report later on in the meeting. Looking at the revenue projection side, this is comparison of FY24 projected revenues to our FY25 estimates. Since the last workshop, we've received some baseline numbers from the Charleston County Auditor's Office and have used those numbers to build some base projections, which we hope to be able to update and refine going into the April workshop. But as it stands now, we're looking at about a 4.98% increase in local sources with $22.9 million over projected fiscal 24 year end. And once you look through all of those categories, about $10 million in state right now, but of course those numbers still require some refinement as the state goes through their budget process. Net of some decreases in transfers, which I believe is adjustments in indirect cost allocation from the base budget. We're about $27.3 million in revenue over FY24 projected year end, which is 3.75%. So to bring that all home, looking at a comparison of the base budget for fiscal 24 compared to the FY25 estimates. Of course, our largest variance, our largest increase is going to be in the local sources, about 11.21% increase or 48.7 million. And net of all those other categories, brings in about $53.4 million in additional revenue in fiscal 25 to be able to balance the budget, which is a 7.6% increase over the current fiscal year base budget as approved by the board. These numbers, these estimates are as of March 10th using that assessment data from Charleston County Auditor's Office. And again, we'll go through those and refine them as we see our tax year 2023 revenues coming in over the next couple of months. Of course, property taxes are getting transferred over delinquent March 15th. So once that final roll is executed, delinquent tax, and we see where those final numbers landed, we'll be able to refine those projections a little further. So just to summarize all of that, $53.4 million in revenue growth over base fiscal year 2024. Again, going through those, refining local figures going into the end of March and being able to present that to the board in April, and then watching the state budget process very closely to make sure we understand where those revenues are going to land for us in terms of supporting the base budget in fiscal 25. You go on to the next slide. So just philosophically speaking, when looking to balance the budget, really trying to look at opportunities to let growth in the tax base pay for growth in the programming of the expenditure side of the budget, using the current millage levy. And so that's the, first and foremost, the priority is looking to be able to really fine tune and make sure that those numbers are clean and that we know precisely where we're going to land using our local millage levy. We're also looking at, the ability to reallocate amongst levies. You have a operating levy for the GOF and a debt levy. And in certain circumstances, as that revenue grows on the debt side, there may be an opportunity to move some of that millage from debt to operating to be able to balance the GOF, as we're able to refinance different things at lower interest rates or restructure those financings over time. So that's another opportunity that we're considering. Of course, if it's sustainable and policy driven within the policy that's adopted by the board, we'll look at options for appropriating fund balance for certain expenditures. And, really that's in a circumstance where fund balance can be appropriated in a manner of which, you're not going to have to continue that year over year over year and deplete the fund balance below the policy level. So looking at what those dollars from fund balance would be tied to if it comes to that. And of course, only when absolutely necessary, if the priorities of the board and the available revenues after we go through this process dictate, then we could look at levying additional millage, but we're trying to avoid that in this process, especially at this point in time. You'll run to the next slide. So just some general funding considerations before we start talking about specifics of what's being considered this fiscal year. We've detailed various scenarios to try to define, the buckets, if you will, of programs that were being considered in the budget process. And we're looking at the low end, the high end, and different ranges of those scenarios, as you'll see in the following slide. So the numbers that you see are not all to be added together, but they can be taken as pieces of a whole and selected in terms of prioritizing where we need to land at the end of the process. And then after we talk about all of that, we'll talk about some tactics to be able to balance the budget at the end of the presentation. So happy to answer any questions. And if not, I'll pass it back to Ms. Huggins.
Thank you, Mr. Prentice. Do any of you have any questions about where we are currently, projections for revenue, and or our philosophy around this year's budget? I'm sure Mr. Prentice will be glad to answer them.
Yes, I have one question. How do we factor in the projected loss of revenue with the voucher program that's coming up with the state?
But can you repeat the last part of that again?
The voucher program with students being able to take that funding, the $6,000 going into private schools and charter schools. How do we factor that into our projected revenues or even loss of revenues at that point?
The voucher program and it being.
So at this point, when we're looking at our enrollment projections for next year, I am not 100% sure if that's been factored in, but we are not seeing any growth per se. But we will definitely keep an eye on that.
And we haven't yet received, Mr. Calhoun, any substantive information from the state on that, but as we get more and more information, we will certainly keep you all abreast. So we're going to go to the next slide here, Maggie, and this is the part of the presentation that we really want to talk through with you all. Budget expenditures and where staff and principals and I believe we need to focus in order to continue academic gains for kids. And I want to assure you, and we aren't going to go through each bucket right now. But, and Dr. Temple, I want to thank you for joining us online. I see you're there. I want to assure board members and the public, who is watching, that anything that we're going to recommend today or discuss with you in the coming weeks, is clearly aligned with the board's goals and guardrails as they relate to student achievement. So you'll see here where we've plugged in pieces, and later in the superintendent's report, I'll revisit this slide after you've had a chance to hear all about our priorities in today's session. But I wanted just to start off and let you know up front that we've measured the effectiveness of those things you see on the screen, that we believe these things to be effective in impacting children, and that these are things that we would propose we continue as we plan for the FY25 budget. So again, we'll revisit this slide in the superintendent's report later for the public who isn't joining us now. But again, just to assure you, we vetted all of these pieces. So Maggie, we're going to go to the next slide here. As I shared with you in an overview in the last budget workshop, we have 5 actions related to this year's budget. And again, on these next few slides, you'll see how, again, we'll revisit these slides later as well. You'll see how we've aligned the pieces that we hope to sustain or start or promote to these budget actions, again, that are directly connected to the board's goals and guardrails and student achievement. So number 1, our first budget action in this process is, or our first goal is to sustain academic gains. We're going to talk to you in a little bit very specifically about our recommendations around a weighted student-based funding model. 2, we're going to talk to you about options for teacher pay increases. We're also going to talk about non-teacher pay increases and school-based non-teacher position upgrades that Mr. Brigman is leading with his team down in HR. Next slide, Maggie. Another action around this year's budget cycle is to increase support for students. So again, this weighted-based student formula that we'll refer to as the WSF will be imperative and critical as we think about increasing support for students. We're going to refer to an AVID expansion. You heard about AVID earlier in one of our spotlights, and we believe it is tied to increased student outcomes in college career readiness. You'll see it detailed later on. 3, child development. I think Ms. Foxworth is here. She was going to join us. We believe, again, expanded child development, allocating more resources to 4K, Head Start, early Head Start are imperative to improving outcomes for children. We're going to also talk about an increase for schools in regards to chronic absenteeism and truancy, something that we believe negatively contributes to student achievement. We're going to talk more about CTE summer interns and mid-year adjustments for student enrollment. As you know, some of the schools you serve have fluctuating student enrollment numbers. Some have added as many as 90 to 100 students from the beginning of the year to here. So part of that weighted student formula consideration is how we adjust mid-year for schools that need additional resources because they're serving more students. Next slide, Maggie. Our third budget priority, as you know, is to maintain ESSER programs that we believe to be most effective. And we think we've captured that in this weighted student-based funding model. We're considering the expansion of childcare for employees district by district, beginning in North Charleston as early as 24-25. And we believe we've seen positive outcomes from our leadership pipeline work, and that's part of the continuation of effective ESSER programs. 4, through this process, we hope to increase school autonomy with accountability. So our associate superintendents right now are working on guardrails around this WSF model that we refer to, and we believe that that will allow schools, hi, Mr. Kelly, to dictate more what they need for student populations limited not only to pupils in poverty, but also to multilingual learners and to students with exceptional needs. So we'll break that down for you in just a few moments. And lastly, Mr. Prentice, Ms. Carlin, and I have already been in conversation about as early as the April workshop, being able to lay out for you a 3-year financial plan aligned with the board goals that is a quasi-zero-based budgeting model. So we'll be talking to you more about that as we move forward because we do believe that's best practice. So as we look at the next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Brigman, who's going to talk a little bit with Mr. Prentice about required increases from the state as they relate to teacher steps, health and dental, other things, and teacher salary options for the board to consider, including a $2,500 teacher salary increase, a $4,500 teacher salary increase, and a $5,000 teacher salary increase. So Mr. Prentice, Mr. Brigman.
Thank you. So the first slide you'll see here is the required increases. And what we were trying to do in putting these buckets together is show the things that are required to sustain existing operations when balancing the budget. And so these are things that we have to consider regardless of the other scenarios that are put into play. That includes the teacher step increases up to 40 years with benefits at $5.1 million, as well as the health and dental increase for all staff as we understand it now coming down from the state through PIBA. Increases for charter school and Meeting Street Academy at $6.9 million. Operations, which includes contractual obligations with predefined increases for school-based services and other facility management operations, as well as just general must-dos. That includes, I think, a 4% increase to different purchase services. Yes, sir.
Can I just, I'm just trying to understand, when we say required increases, we're basing on what foundation are we looking at on this year's budget? So if we were to go back to last year's budget, this required increase is the impact of all the increases that we pushed through on the salaries. I'm just trying to understand why we're calling it a required increase.
So Mr. Grabowski, the step requirement comes from the state. So the minimum teacher salary schedule, it looks like our salary schedule, it goes to step 23. They're looking at adjusting that. So we have to pay above the minimum. So the state would require teachers to step. We've had probably back in 2008 where the state gave districts the ability not to step because of finances at the time. But so this would be a requirement to step.
But what I'm trying to understand. So when we passed the budget last year, we got an impact study, a 3-year impact study. So I'm assuming this is falling within the impact study that we looked at. So I'm trying to see, is this an impact of the increases that we passed last year?
Not necessarily the step. So last year, the board agreed to add steps. So we went to step 40. So that was a district decision.
Right.
But steps are required by the state.
But stay there for a second. The others, I agree. Are they required? Especially charter schools and Meeting Street.
So I can, sorry, Mrs. Rivers, I can speak to the health and benefits. That's a state mandate for the increase there. And beyond that, that's outside of the HR realm as far as Meeting Street. And
I think, the two, three, I guess, if you will, the teacher increases, of course, we have to follow the salary schedule, but the board made the decision to go up to 40, the health and dental coming directly from PIBA, and then the risk management increase for insurance premiums coming from our various lines of insurance. I'll let Mr. Broe speak specific to operations if you'd like to cover that, and then we can talk about charter schools as well.
So certainly the first question to answer is that we normally budget, and we have budgeted in the out years for $7 million. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jackie, $7 million for operational must-dos in the multi-year budget in the past. I see Jackie.
Yes, sir.
And so this is an accumulation of all the different functions that get toward that $7 million. A bulk of it are contract obligations. So we have multi-year contracts for transportation, custodial, grounds maintenance that have an escalator that increase over the course of time. That's a bulk of it. We've also added additional bus routes. Many of you have heard of the overcrowding issues and the lateness of buses, and we took a harder look at our routing. So we're adding buses and drivers as part of this cost. We had nurses that were paid for out of ESSER to maintain what we currently have of 1 nurse per school. That's a significant part of that as well. So those are just a few of the examples.
So when we're looking at the charter and Meeting Street Academy, which is the highest expenditure on the required increases, do we see they have a projected higher enrollment because we're paying off of each child that they have?
So with charter schools, their formula is based upon our revenues as well as their enrollment. So they're working on their projected enrollment for next year. Now, we don't have those numbers, but based upon where we believe we're going to land this year on revenues, that also is having an impact on what we pay them by student.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Brigman, are you going
Yeah.
to overview the teacher salary slide next?
Yes, so the next slide, teacher salary increase consideration. So as you all are quite aware, we've had the teacher compensation task force engaged for a little over a year, almost a year and a half. And the ask coming from the task force, along with some work through the Chamber of Commerce, is for our first year teachers, which would be a teacher right out of college with a bachelor's degree, to start at 58,000 a year. That's where we would like to be, and that's based on what it would be required for that teacher to start to think about owning a home, but certainly be able to rent an apartment or a home or somewhere in the Charleston area. So the request here, the first item is to add $5,000 to every cell across the salary structure. Then the next one down is 4,500 and then 2,500. So the starting salary right now for a teacher right out of college, bachelor's degree, is 48,000 and some change. As you all know, the board also approved the $5,000 bonus out of ESSER. From my conversations with a lot of our teachers, they seem to feel, or they do feel, that 5,000 was part of the schedule in their minds, even though it was a bonus. So in their thoughts, we are at 53 and we need to maintain that. So that's something for the board to consider, the $5,000 increase if it's possible. So I'm going to go to the next slide and talk about non-teachers.
So, Mr. Brigman, to understand this, every time we start talking about starting salaries for first-year students,
First
we
year
all-
teachers.
first year teachers, I better check my oxygen.
That's okay.
Hold on. Okay.
I don't,
slow.
hopefully we're not
Um,
paying our first year students yet.
Yeah, first year teachers. Every time we talk about that, what we're really saying is for every teacher.
Yes, sir. We've increased all the cells across the schedule. So moving to the non-teacher considerations. So this is a little more information here to consider. So the teacher task force has also been engaged in talking about especially school support, school-based hourly positions, and needing to address that as well. When we talk about non-teachers on this list here, this includes all staff that are not certified in a classroom. So this includes a principal, it includes a director at Bridgeview, it includes a secretary bookkeeper at a school. So this 97, 98, 99% of market is based on the salary study that was conducted and rolled out school year 2015. We've continued to maintain that structure and where we need to be as far as the market data. So this is the thought process or idea of getting closer to 100% of market. I think it was 2 springs ago, the prior board agreed, I'd have to go back and look at the minutes, but talked about the goal of trying to get to 100% of market for the non-teachers. So you can see the cost there for the 97% of market is 6.2 million, 98 is 8.3, 99 is a little over $10 million. So this cost of living that's based on CPI, and if we don't provide some type of COLA, we would go backwards. So right now, non-teachers are at 97% of market. So that's the first one, that the cost of $6 million. In addition to the COLA or going towards market is that we also have the non-teacher step, which includes the benefits at 2.6. And we would like the board to consider continuing to increase the number of steps for non-teachers. So for teachers, a year ago in March of 2023, the board increased teachers to step 40. last year going in, when we were preparing for the budget for this current school year, we added step 31 to the non-teachers. So non-teachers were at 30, they mirrored teachers. Now they're at 31. So the thought was step 32 or 33, and these figures include going closer to market. So you can see to add that step 32 at 97% of market is 727,000. And to go further to step 33 is about 1.5 at 98% of market. The last item, the school-based non-teacher. So we are really have a study going on looking at all of the school-based, sorry, tongue-tied here, classified hourly employees that support schools. We're looking at their job descriptions to make sure the job descriptions are accurate. As you can imagine, with 80+ sites, you have similar positions, but sometimes folks, if they're depending on how talented they are, they might take on other things. I think we're probably all guilty of that in different divisions. So we're looking at those job descriptions, deciding if they are at the right appropriate pay grade. So there could be an increase there pay grade wise, and then those employees would also benefit from anything that's selected up above on this sheet, the 97, the 98, the 99% market. So that's a lot. Are there any questions for me or Daniel and Anita? Did I leave out anything on that?
I just have one question about a position. Is the ROTC included as a non-teacher?
The ROTC is not included in this review. The ROTC, we are, and I think Leslie's in the audience who works with compensation. We have recently surveyed ROTC instructors around their work days. Predominantly, obviously, it's high school. So Dr. Epp has been involved with this conversation as well. The military sets their pay. So we're also reviewing the compensation as well. So it's not part of this. It's something separate. It's something that's recently, Mrs. Roberson came up the first of the year.
I know they were concerned that they weren't included in the pay increase last year.
Right.
Yeah.
So we are looking at those. And also it's difficult to recruit when we have an opening for ROTC.
When you have a what?
An opening position for ROTC.
Okay, so when would a study be complete on position upgrades?
On the school-based classified, probably here in the next couple of weeks. Leslie, are you in the next couple of weeks? I think we have all the data that we need. Yep.
And about how many positions do you feel will be affected by the position upgrades or alignment?
How many positions? I have it broken down by the position type. I can look that up for you. There's about 11 different positions. Can I put that in a board brief?
Yes, please. And then
Okay.
also with the number, say if we're going to 99% market with the 5% COLA and benefits at the 10 million number, is that reflected with I know you said the study was done in 2015. So have we factored in the inflation since 2015 within that $10 million number?
Yes, sir. Mr. Cowan, we've maintained 100% of market schedule regardless of what the board approved each year. And then we do still have someone from the firm that has been a consultant when we need somebody to review and make sure that we're going down the right road.
So if we were to go for that 99% with the 5% COLA and benefits, will we be able to sustain that over the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, Mr. Prentice?
Financially, I'll look to Daniel for that.
That's something that we're going to look at in that model on a long-term basis. And that's kind of why we wanted to present today with these priorities to understand where the board wanted to take things. And when we get to a break a little bit later in the meeting, ask you to prioritize some of those items. And then we'll look at the sustainability of which one is selected. Because obviously the 97% would be a lot easier to sustain than the 99%. But, the combination of the whole of those parts and being able to look at it on a 3-year basis is where we're trying to go. Yes, sir.
And how long have we been at the 97%?
I'd have to go back. I have some historical data we did. So when the board approved in 2015, we were at 95% of market. I believe 2016, we went to 96. And we started to go backwards. I think administrators at one point were down to about 92% of market. And then it was addressed, Leslie, was that 3 years ago, probably? Okay,
So and that's, they've never been.
never been 100% market, no.
Thank you.
So once we do all of this position upgrades and benefits, all the numbers above it are going to change.
So the employees that are, positions are being upgraded, so are potentially upgraded is captured in that 4.9. They possibly go on a higher, it's called a DBM, which is a pay grade. We would need to review that with Daniel's office. It's possible. We captured this here.
Because
this
I'm
savings.
just trying to think, it's one thing when you have somebody going into the 24, 25 year at a salary. It's another thing to have a person going in and getting a raise because the benefit and position is changing before the salary bump, and now they're getting a second bump.
So let's just use a pay grade of a grade 10. Let's
Right.
say that's what it is first. And we reevaluate the job and realize they probably should be a grade 11. So we slot them at grade 11 on the newly approved salary schedule for 2025. Then they might step as well. So they're going to step in the system even if we left them where they are. The $4.9 million does not account for all of it. Leslie, I know those are your figures, but it's only for an upgrade, correct? Did you upgrade the person? Well, yeah, you didn't upgrade them and then start to put them at 97, 98. But we could do that. We could go take it further and there's no guarantee that they're all going to go upgrade. I mean, we really are reviewing them.
Mr. Bergman, are we going to get a 3-year, 4-year, however many years projection from the teacher compensation task force on how long it's going to take us to get to that starting teacher pay of 58,000? I feel like every year we are inching there, and I would like to see how long is it going to actually take us to get there?
Right. In my conversation with Daniel, being that he's new, we talked about a strategy for 2025, 2026. Of course, that would mean the board approving 5,000 going into next year for 2025. And then at that point, our first year teacher would be at 53. So we would need to do another 4 or 5 the following year to get either at 57 or 58.
So we're at FY 20.
We're at 2024 right now at 48,134.
25, we'll be at 53.
That we'd like to be.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to in my head. And then 26. Each
yeah.
year, if we do a 5,000, it could possibly take another 4 years.
Ms.
Well-
Roberson, that's exactly why we want to bring to you all this 3 to 5 year plan so that you can see over time. We've had some early conversations with Ms. Carlin and Mr. Prentice about a strategy that if we increase in FY 25 by $5,000, Mr. Prentice has some ideas about how we could also increase in FY 26 without necessarily having to raise the millage again. Certainly, that would be in part of that 3 to 5 year build out, which we plan to bring to the board. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. We're going to
Yeah, that's
do
great.
that.
It's H high, that's the priority.
Yes, ma'am. So at the end, we're
Okay.
presenting these buckets for you all.
Okay.
And what we're going to let you do is let us know where your priorities are based on the buckets we present to you today. And so you'll use the orange, I think, Ms. Roberson, will you hold your card back up?
Mhm.
Orange for high, yellow for high, your highest priorities, yellow for your mid priorities, and pink for your lowest priorities in regards to what we discussed with you here today. So that if you're all out of 5,000, it'll know as far as teacher salary goes, it'll help us know what exactly we need to do as we try to bring back to you a balanced budget in April. So thank you for those questions, Ms. Roberson.
And can I make one comment, Ms. Huggins?
Oh, absolutely.
I do want to just share with the board that the compensation task force and teachers. I've been out in multiple schools conducting listening sessions because we had a survey, a retention survey that went out in November. And teachers are very grateful for the pay increase this year. Still, teachers are struggling with when it comes to making ends meet, especially our younger new teachers. And we talked about housing, but the bigger issue that's also almost side by side with housing is the cost of childcare and finding childcare and affording childcare. So, you know, a lot of our younger new teachers, and that's going to be our pipeline, hopefully, if we see more young people pursuing education, that we know that those young people are going to start families. So I know later we're going to talk about some childcare options, but that is definitely loud and clear from our teachers, and it's impacting our more experienced teachers who are, of course, saying the inexperienced younger teachers not able to be here or may leave this next year because of childcare. So it impacts the entire system, the entire building.
Thank you, Bill. I know this is a big issue for the board to consider this year. Are there any other questions about numbers or classified non-teacher numbers? Ms. Waters?
Now, actually, this goes back to your portion. We didn't stop there.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Go right ahead.
when you put up the like Visio looking grid, I'm trying to find
Yes, Maggie, will you go
Yeah,
back to slide
the
nine?
slide
eight.
9, yeah. I see how this is all organized. Some programs are here and then other pieces are sort of themes. What I don't see showing up here is like the work of the acceleration district, for instance. I know they saw a budget cut last year. I do see some of the things that were brought under there, like leading educators, but I don't see where they fit in. Can you talk about your plan to continue supporting some of the programs that we know have worked?
Absolutely. And Mrs. Waters, if I'm happy to. So you'll see on this slide here, and it will be captured in just a moment when we move forward to the weighted student formula, in the ESSER impact reports, programs that were implemented in the acceleration schools, specifically in regards to leading educators, UVA, you'll see over here, the FTEs, which were a majority of the requests that stemmed from acceleration schools. In fact, they came from all schools. You'll see that represented in the next part. And so we've captured both programs and FTEs in these next slides. So, and we do have some acceleration schools as examples. So as we move forward, if you'll jot your questions down, I'll make sure that I answer them specifically. But we do believe that there will be significant continuation of support to all schools and acceleration schools in some of the work that Mrs. Haynes has led with her principals.
Thank you. The second question is, what is the timeline for when principals will receive information about their increased allocations? Because I have a little bit of concern about how information is trickling down right now because I'm getting conflicting messaging.
I'm glad you asked. On Friday, the cabinet members and I had a day-long retreat or Thursday, excuse me, where we nailed down some of these numbers. And Thursday evening, I emailed all principals to let them know what we would be recommending to the board. What will be imperative is what we walk away from the board today about where your priorities are as a board. The weighted student formula is going and continuation of significant ESSER programs will be about a $30 million ask of the district. Considering the $250 million, however, in ESSER funding that the district received, that's only about a 12% ask of the board to continue the successful programs and allocations that we believe have most positively attributed to student outcomes or contributed, to student outcomes. And so our very specific communication with principals will depend on what the board tells us its priorities are. It would be somewhat premature. I've talked to principals now for probably 2 months about this process, so they know what's in process. They've informed, in fact, what's in process. We met with a group before the winter holiday break about this that was largely comprised of principals, but we can't confirm numbers until we know the will of the board. Although, again, we know the numbers and what schools would earn. We know it's also important this hiring season to be able to give them some idea of where they'll land. So the answer is, as soon as we know more, about this. I communicated Thursday evening, and as soon as we know more, hopefully tomorrow, we can begin communicating more specifically with schools. In fact, it's on our cabinet agenda for tomorrow. And so with that, we will go into the next slide, Maggie, which is, I've lost count of the slides. ESSER sustainability, weighted student funding. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Simmons and ask her to overview on this slide what staff is recommending to the board as a consideration. Again, prefacing this with the district received an influx of $250 million. And of that 250 million, we're asking the board to consider about $30 million to sustain what we feel is most successful post-ESSER, which is about 12%. And in discussing with Mr. Prentice, ways to sustain this long-term, we believe we have some fiscally responsible ways that we can do that without asking the board every year to increase millage. I'm just going to put that out there up front. And I'm going to ask Ms. Simmons to look at the next two slides and share with you why we believe ESSER, why we believe the WSF, the weighted student funding model, is appropriate, and what we're recommending based on what we know about how kids learn.
I see Mr.
Ms. Simmons, for a
Grabowski's hand.
second, I just want to clarify the 12%. I mean, you said 250, which we received total in ESSER funds,
About
and
a
you're
quarter of
basing
a,
the 12%, you're basing this 30 on the 12, on that 250?
so the goal was to be
Because
able.
I'm just, the reason I'm kind of confused is the 250 didn't go all to programs that would have been paid under this. A lot of it went for capital improvements and other parts.
You're correct, but those
So
are
that would be
things
12%.
that will. You're right in that ESSER was distributed across the system between operations, between capital, human capital,
Right.
and between academics. But what we're asking in regards to student outcomes is about 12%. The other things that Mr. Baroe and all have already assumed were air quality, other type of things that were a one-time sort of thing. These are sustainable programs, sustainable ways to allocate to schools based on what we believe has most positively attributed to improved performance of kids.
And it's just that when you say 12%, I mean, if we took the amount that went to academic studies, how much would that have been? 120?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know those numbers
So-
right off, but
But
again,
if you take 30 million out of 120, it's not 12%.
but again, that you're correct. But many of the pieces on the operations side were one-time fixes where we invested money up front to make our schools safe, friendly for kids, et cetera. These are costs that we believe over time will continue to positively impact kids, not recurring cost. Mr. Burley hadn't identified, for example, recurring things that we need to do that are a continuation of COVID relief efforts. So I understand you're right on the numbers, but I'm thinking fiscally about the influx of money, which did not all go to academics, but we're also not asking the board to consider repeated type services in the operations realm.
But you are, not in the operational realm, you are in the academic
Right,
side
but 12%.
of
Act-
250 million.
Right,
Go ahead.
right. You know what?
I'll talk to you afterwards.
I think what I'm hearing is you want the whole thing. And so what they didn't use for operations, you want to bring over to the
Well,
academic
when we
side.
can, well, what we typically believe is that safe environments positively contribute to student outcomes. We believe that solid teachers are the key lever in student outcomes. We believe that programs like leading educators, high dosage tutoring, so I think all those things work together to improve experience of the
quality air.
teachers.
Yeah, the whole thing.
That's exactly right. If you're in a building that, I mean, I've had a principal say this to me in the last 2 weeks. If you're in a building that doesn't look as great, smell as great, isn't as bright, that could negatively impact students. So, Mr. Grabowski, I know what you're saying. You're right. 250 million didn't go just to academics, it went across the system, but we believe all those things work together.
Right.
We like to see Mr. Broey as a positive contributing member of our team in regards to student performance. You're welcome.
I don't look at the percentages that way. What I'm looking at is it's just 30 million that has to be covered in the GOF
That, you're right.
every year forward from now and forever. That's all.
That's what we would recommend. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So Ms. Simmons, I'm gonna turn it over to you. So, yes,
So really briefly,
I got you.
rather briefly, like to speak to why we believe the weighted student funding formula will be a benefit for not segments of the population, but for all scholars across the system. And so our idea around this, we've tossed it around for many years, wanting to do an equitable base funding formula, but we find ourselves now positioned to do so. And so the idea would be to consider students in poverty, our multilingual learner population, as well as our special education population, and fund schools based on those ratios. And so the idea would be for at the high school level, I'm going to start at the bottom of that chart and work my way up. For the high schools, for example, they would be funded at a 6-to-1 ratio, which would allow us to do a couple of things. It would allow us to sustain some of the impactful, meaningful ESSER initiatives, as well as address scholars who are in those categories I just laid out for you, MLL, special education, and poverty. So we do a couple of things in terms of shoring up school support. So 6-to-1 for high school would be the ratio, 3-to-1 for elementary, and 4-to-1 for middle. And so the idea would be to pour in, layer on as much support at the elementary level, because that's where we believe shoring up early learning is our smart bang for our buck, in terms of if you eliminate, mitigate, erase all of the risk factors as early learners, as 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds, we won't be playing catch up and trying to intervene at the higher grades. And so that's why you see the lower ratio for both Montessori, elementary, and then we worked our way up to 4-to-1 and then 6-to-1. But overall, that is a pretty hefty, as Mr. Grabowski just alluded to, pretty hefty price point. But that's what we planned for, as we knew we had to back out of ESSER funding. We knew this was going to sunset sooner or later. And so we do have set aside money to sustain this program, not for 1 year, but for the next few years, if we do it well, if we do it responsibly, and if we pay attention to those things that made sizable, significant, and substantial impacts to our scholars. Maggie, thank you. So why now? Why the weighted student based funding formula? We do believe, in short, that if we transition to this weighted student-based funding formula, we will sustain the academic gains we've realized over the last couple of years, whereas we were able to shore up our reading program and then support it in terms of intervention, in terms of coaches, in terms of the implementation plan surrounding a new implementation like a reading program, which we'll talk about later on today. We feel like we'll be able to maintain some of the most effective, those returns where when we studied, when we analyzed which big programs that we invested in paid dividends in terms of, for example, OGAP. We invested heavily for the last 3 to 4 years in summer enrichment camps. There's some big pillar initiatives that we feel like we invested well in, and we saw the results from it from our reading achievement, as well as increasing school autonomy. You may hear a little bit at some point today about overlays and how we have tried to support schools when they need particular positions. Well, we believe that we can eliminate and mitigate the need for overlays with this new funding formula, and such that schools will be given flexibility in terms of how they resource the schools. School A may feel they need a math interventionist or a math coach. School C may feel like they need an extra guidance counselor. This new funding formula will give schools and principals the ability to shore up their program where they believe they need the most resources. And so we see it as a benefit. We're asking the Board of Trustees to support this weighted funding formula. We see it as a win. We see it as a positive in terms of scholars all across the system really getting what they need.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. We'll go to the next slide here, Maggie. As Mrs. Waters alluded to in another board meeting, with this sort of system comes more transparency to the public, but also increased accountability, because we will need to have some significant guardrails in place to make sure things don't go awry and that they don't go awry quickly in regards to how schools do what Ms. Simmons just described. So an example of a guardrail might be schools shall not use more than 0.5 or 1.0 FTE to dedicate to administrative cost or to administrative positions. Schools who earn MLL points shall not use that point for an extra special, the PE art music, a specials class. We refer to those as different things across special area across the system. So our associate superintendents, Dr. Williams, Swearigan, Epp, and Ms. Haynes are looking right now and will be at Cabinet in the morning to talk to us about their first draft of guardrails around this process, because what comes with increased flexibility and autonomy is increased accountability. So I want to make sure you understand, this is a duplicate slide with another school or two included, is that this WSF, and what I want to ensure the public understands, all the way from District 2 to District 23, from Mount Pleasant out to the islands, this increases support for all kids. There are pupils in poverty in every school. There are special ed students, children with exceptional needs in every school. There are MLL students in a majority of our schools. So if we look at pupils in poverty alone on this slide, as we've discussed before, you'll see that West Ashley High School, with an enrollment of about 1,840, has about 1,100 students who are in poverty. So this funding formula looks at the number of pupils in poverty across our system, and then for the internal purposes only of allotting resources to those schools, it adds pupils in that ratio to which Ms. Simmons just referred. And then we allocate additional resources to schools based on those numbers. And I'm proud to say that since we met with you last time, we've worked out a way to allocate to schools based not only on poverty, but also special education and also MLLs. So if we go to if you want to look at this slide again, you'll see here that West Ashley has more pupils in poverty than some of our other high schools have enrollment altogether. And again, you'll see this impacts the entire system, from Burke, Military Magnet, to Beckham and Wando. So I want to make sure our viewers understand that this isn't taking from one school to give to another, but instead it's a way to support kids across the system. Maggie? And again, quickly here, you'll see that our our quickest growing population is our MLL population, and they're highly populated in our North Charleston schools, where we've seen shifts in as much as 100 students from the beginning of the year to now, with highly overcrowded classrooms, which is another budget line item you'll see in this budget, is an ability for us to make some mid-year allocation shifts based on teacher, student, and principal need. Maggie? So we work a lot in education, and I think those of you who own businesses and those of you who are educators know that we work a lot around theory of action. And what has guided our work here, and as we saved, Mr. Grabowski, approximately $32 million in ESSER sustainability, are these theories of action. That if we believe, and if you as a board believe, and I'm confident that you do, that getting all students to read on grade level by really third grade, right? We can't measure them summatively till third. So we've set that fifth grade year as a way to gauge measurement. But if we believe that getting students to read on grade level by the fifth grade is key to ensuring students are ready, not only for reading, but also for Algebra 1, because if they can't read the problems, they can't do the work. And if we believe that getting kids to read on grade level is key to their readiness post-graduation, then this scaffolded approach that Ms. Simmons just described, that 3-to-1, 4-to-1, and 6-to-1 model, then a scaffolded approach is needed in this system. And if we believe that we should be responsible with our resources, which I do, we do, and I know you do, it means that we have to fortify schools first in this process. And we're committed to doing that. And we believe that ratios that allow decreases in school support aren't acceptable. That's what we've heard from our acceleration schools. It's what we've heard from our Title I schools. And last, we believe that the mitigation of the impact of this ESSER cliff, despite our saving $32 million, is essential to sustain the gains that we've made. We can't settle for ratios that provide schools with less, I'm sorry, I'm not in the thing, with less means for sustainability. We can't do that moving forward. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see very specifically the recommendations that Mrs. Simmons shared with you earlier. And you'll see it broken down here by pupils in poverty, MLL learners, and students with disabilities. We've got SWD stands for Students with Disabilities. Here you'll see how FTEs, which is full-time equivalent positions, increase across the system at each level with these applied ratios. So I'm going to let you take a second look at that. If we apply a 6-to-1 ratio across the system in high schools, it yields 50 more FTEs for pupils in poverty. It yields at the high school 17 more if we look at MLL learners in the high schools. And if we look at students with disabilities, it yields 12 more based on those populations of students, for a total of 79 additional allocations in our high schools. Now, some of you might say, well, Anita, what if people aren't the problem? What if schools don't really need more people, but they need more after school? They need more high dosage tutoring. They need another interventionist program that we'll work with Ms. Simmons on to ensure students yield the gain. I'm saying to you that in this process, despite our friends down in finance who are seated way down there for a reason, we are committed to working with principals to transition funding for FTEs to programmatic funding so that principals have the flexibility that they need to offer support to kids that they need. So if we think about acceleration schools who have widely embraced, I'm not sure if I don't see Ms. Haynes right now, I'm sure she'll be here later. They've widely embraced the Ron Clark House system for improved climate in their schools. And if Dr. Gathers over at Hunley Park says, well, Anita, I don't need this one FTE. May I use its 78,000 equivalent to send my teachers to PD? My response would be, Dr. Gathers, if based on data that suggests that's what your students need, absolutely. And then Mrs. Haynes is going to say to Dr. Gathers, mid and end of the year, Dr. Gathers, how did the money that you used toward improved climate positively contribute to student outcomes? So with increased flexibility, like what is demonstrated on the screen, comes significant increased accountability. So there is flexibility. And do all these things have to be people? No. But they do have to be measurable. They do have to be objective, and they do have to be linked to student outcomes. Maggie, next slide. What you'll see here is what's going to make you perhaps a little anxious. So the teacher in me wants to get up and point, but I'm going to try to keep my seat here. If you note at the bottom of this page, I want to define overlays for you. Overlays are additional financial resources above those earned through the allocation process. So I want to give you an example of that. And I should ask this principal in advance, but I don't think he'd mind because I use him as an example often. Mr. Joyner out at St. John's and the constituents in District 9 have said to me repeatedly since my time supervising high schools, Anita, I can't keep students at St. John's High School because I can't offer the programs because I don't have a lot of students. The traditional antiquated allocation formula you all use is not significant enough for me. My students leave and they use the reason we're going to James Island Charter High School because Dr. Thorne has this. Tim Thorne is a wonderful leader, and they're right. He has built programs at his school that allow for diverse interest. Mr. Joyner, on the other hand, doesn't have the student allocation to earn what he needs to keep students in his school. So what he said to me a couple years ago is, Anita, I need you to give me extra points. And I said, absolutely, sure will. I called up Jackie or Don. They said, no. I said, we need it. You know, Mr. Joyner needs it. He's got to keep people at school. He needs to offer AP. I think it was AP Lit and AP US, I think. I'm not going to look at Dr. Epp because she's probably shaking her head no. But is that right, Dr. Epp? Oh, I can't believe that. So I said, yes, you can have that. But that was a strain on the budget, if I'm honest. That's not how I do my personal financing. My husband might disagree, but that's a strain on the budget. We don't allocate for it. And it inequitably allocates resources across the system, right? So what we've done here is we've looked at how we fix that and how do we become more fiscally responsible. So in the weighted student formula, we looked at every school across the system. We looked at the impacts of a 2-to-1 ratio, a 3-to-1 ratio, a 4-to-1 ratio. Ms. Carlin has the 5-to-1 ratio. I don't have it. A 6 and a 7-to-1 ratio. Then we looked at the number of requests the principal made through ESSER and the impact report. Then we looked at the number of overlays every school has. We added those up. You'll see that in the blue column. Then we applied the model that Ms. Simmons referenced earlier, and we deducted the total amount of earned positions through the WSF from the overlaid positions that we're already paying for in schools and the ESSER request to come up with the net change. So this process would make things more equitable across our system. It would take into consideration, into account, the number of overlays schools have already earned without taking away from them. So in this model, I'm going to pop St. John's High School up in a second. You're going to see Mr. Joyner's 2 overlays. You're going to see that he didn't request anything from ESSER, and you're going to see that with the new funding formula, he earns, in spite of his 2 overlays, 2 more positions. And we've done that for every school across the system. And I really want to thank Ms. Carlin. I want to thank Clady Brown. I want to thank Stephanie Nettis. I want to thank her whole team for the work that they have done 24/7 over the weekends to get this done so we could bring a responsible recommendation to the board. So we'll look at the next slide. I also want to thank somebody right behind me, Ms. Buffy Roberts, who also works without rest alongside Ms. Simmons to ensure that this is done and it's done well. So not only have we looked at the WSF, but then we went to those impact reports we keep talking to you about, going back to Mrs. Waters' question earlier. So we finally drew a cut line. We drew a cut line at 70 for schools and 65 for district programs. So in the budget line item, you'll see a $5 million allocation The weighted student formula cost about $25 million. I was about to say 25,000. That's not good, is it? Minus a few zeros. $25 million. The program impact reports cost about an additional 5. So as you know, I've shared with you, schools and district offices could earn up to 90 points. The cut score was 70. 70 for schools. And again, the weighted student formula sort of nullified a lot of the school requests because it gives them that and on top of that more. So anything below 70 is not funded. And quite frankly, there's a whole lot below 70 and a whole lot below 65 that will not get funded. Because we believe that these things have most positively contributed to student outcomes. You'll see here, Mrs. Waters, going back to your question, programs within the approved range include items such as the family coach coordinators, leading educators, the UBA work, acceleration school support, and school programs not covered by the WSF allocation. So we've taken into consideration all these things. So if you go back to the spreadsheet I sent to you, you look at those cut scores, you can see the things above it that we are going to fund. We intend to fund with the board support. So at the next slide, Maggie, very quickly, here's the price tag on that. Again, Mr. Grabowski, I can't confirm how much of that $250 million was academics. A lot of it was. But whatever percentage you want to use, out of the $250 million from ESSER that the district was allocated, we'd suggest a $30 million continuation to maintain academic achievement, improve support for all students, give schools autonomy, and increase transparency across the system. Again, this would take into account the overlays schools already have, the requests that they've made, and some of our district support programs, but very few, very, very few positions. Maggie. So I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Simmons. That's all on the, well, before we do that, Ms. Simmons, do you have any questions for any of us around the WSF?
Yeah, go ahead. Want to start?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead and start. I gotta.
I think this question was answered, but I'm going to ask it just for clarification. So because the GOF and the overlays are already considered, did that already capture Title I funding? So there's not a situation
Great
where
question.
there's not a reduction in funding on the WSF side because of Title I?
It's a great question. Thank you. I neglected to say what I should have, so it has not been answered. Schools continue to receive their Title I. Schools continue to receive their CSI. These are additional resources on top of that. This will only capture, however, the positions that they have that may be considered overlays that we granted out of the GOF.
Okay, because the concern wasn't that they wouldn't get Title I, but that they somehow might not get the additional WSF because, oh, they already had additional FTEs through Title I, you know what I mean?
Would never do that, not in a million years.
Okay. And then the other, I put a check mark. I had a question around the flexibility to use
Oh.
FTE for other purposes.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
thank you for answering that.
Yes, ma'am.
I do want to ask, so will individual schools, the slide on 21 shows an aggregate allocation across high, middle, elementary, Montessori. I'm assuming you did that so you didn't have to parse out each individual school's allocation and that each individual school is getting automatically an allocation and they don't have to ask for it out of a pot?
You got it. So Mrs. Waters, if I were to pull up, Ms. Simmons, do you have the spreadsheet pulled up by chance? Ms. Roberts, do you or Ms. Simmons? That one that says breakout from Thursday. So Mrs. Waters, if I were to show you I know it's hard to take me seriously in my Miss Frizzle outfit, but
I thought that's who it was.
it is. I had my trusty little lizard or chameleon on earlier. So this spreadsheet represents and it represents a lot of work, so I'm scared to touch any keys, Mrs. Roberts' keyboard. But this is every school in the district broken down by how many overlays they have, how many positions they requested from ESSER, the total, how many they would earn in the 3-to-1 model, the 4-to-1 model, the 6-to-1, the 7-to-1 model, and what the net change is. So it allocates for every school. So once we know the will of the board, we hope that we have a good idea whether this is something in which you're interested, and we'll ask you that later. We'll be able to start communicating school by school exactly what additional allocations schools have as part of this process. So it will be school by school, not out of a pot.
Okay. And then the last question is, just because I'm thinking about 3 of my schools in particular that I know have a lot of needs in
Mhm.
terms of, people, but across a multiplicity of
Sure.
areas. So it's not just, we need an instructional coach, it's we
Right.
need, additional school counselors. And so if the school's going to get a set number of FTEs from this process,
Mhm.
is there a process to consider what should be standard across all schools
Good
that
question.
comes out of GOF that's separate?
So we can't afford both this budget cycle. So we had to weigh, do we make adjustments to the standard allocation, or do we try to allocate resources across the system based on kids' needs? The decision was, and the feedback we got from principals, we didn't make it sitting in a room. If we can do this with what we've saved in ESSER sustainability and what we believe we can capture through, what's that process you call, reassessment, Daniel? Let's go this route first, with the intent to look later at how we fund schools from a base student. We already fund schools above and beyond what the state requires as from a base student. But an example is, very transparently for the board and the public, Mrs. Simmons just fielded a question last week from a principal. She forwarded it to me that said, Michelle, will the 20 schools that didn't get math coaches this year get math coaches in the GOF this year? And the answer was, not this year. Not if we're going to do this. We can look at that later, but we can't, you can use one of the positions from your WSF to get a math coach, but we can't do both in the same year, Ms. Waters. It's just not fiscally possible.
Well, it could be in their different set of philosophies, but nevertheless.
Well,
So what I would just offer is that I'm fully in support of the WSF model. I think it's a great idea. I do think we should just make it very clear, however, that some schools have like 97% poverty, 100% poverty,
That's
and
right.
they need a lot of things, and this is actually still not going to get them all of the supports that they need. So just saying that for the benefit of the public and the board, that this is not, a lot of extra in many cases.
I appreciate that, Mrs. Waters. I appreciate that a lot. Schools do have a lot of needs, especially in high poverty. Those students and families need considerable wraparound supports and other type support. So point well taken and agreed. Thank you. Any other questions about this model or clarity that I can offer?
I have a question.
Hi.
I'm here. Could you just explain what the numbers 6-to-1 and 3-to-1 and 4-to-1
Happy to.
mean?
Thank you. Ms. Simmons. Ms. Simmons is going to do that for you, Dr. Temple.
Okay, thank you.
Pardon me, Dr. Temple. And so because our schools are funded based on enrollment, the number of scholars they have in their building, we would then take a look at, for every 3 students in poverty, or every 3 students with disabilities, or for every 3 students who fit the profile of MLL, we would add an additional student. So that then increases their overall enrollment, which then shores up their allocation. So it's hand in hand, enrollment, allocation. So we feel like with the 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 6-to-1 differential, we will be able to shore up their enrollment in a way that satisfies or guarantees more points.
Thank you very much.
I don't have a question. I think I have a comment for Mr., is it Prentice?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so it sounds like a WSF. I'm likening it to the multiplier that the South Carolina High School League just put in place, where it increases the allocations for students. So that's what I'm likening this to. I particularly like slide 7. Because what I'm reading is that you're cutting out the pork before we get to the millage increase. I may be ahead of you, but I think Ms. Huggins alluded to one strategy, and that's reassessments. I'm really interested in hearing your strategies to make slide 7 a reality.
Sure, and I think that's something we can get into even more when we get into April. I really want to sit down in my first week and go through the multi-year financing scenario and figure out exactly how that's going to all come into play. But the reason I mentioned that, and I've got a few slides here at the end of the presentation where I'll dive into it a little bit more, is, with that quadrennial reassessment process that happens as property values increase throughout the county every 5 years, through reappraisal process, not just by transfers and new construction and things like that. It kind of presents an opportunity to right size things, and I want to make sure that we take that opportunity in consideration of the long range financial plan so that we can keep the millage smooth over a multi-year outlook versus having to have these jumps that we've had over the past couple of years. So using that opportunity to plan for the future and to try to keep things smooth. But of course, also looking at the millage reallocation from the debt fund, because the values on the debt side are going to increase as well. And how can we transfer that millage between the two pots of money that we have on the local revenue source, to be able to be as efficient as possible, and also to make sure that future year increases are supporting future year expenditure programming, so that we can look and say, all right, we think we're comfortable doing, if it's $5,000 next year after whatever we do this year, that maybe in the future we can get to a point where we grow more naturally, such as base teacher pay increasing by CPI, for example, because we've met the market from a local affordability standpoint, and then that becomes easier to administer versus doing something that's more of a jump.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You ready for me? So I got a few questions.
Yeah, please.
First, looking at the weighted student based funding model, I've been doing a little bit of research into it as well, but how does this new model affect the non-school positions, be it like here, Bridgeview, or whatnot?
So this WSF model is primarily for schools. This is focused on children and what children need, all the way from Allendale to Edisto. In regards to making this a reality, we're going to have to look at the system and where we spend money. I shared with you over the weekend privately a list of consultants and contractors. We're going to have to look at how we're spending money, what programs we're utilizing, how we're structurally aligned. And so we're hoping some of the reductions that we're able to make in that area will positively contribute to this model for schools. Mr. Calhoun.
And with this model, let's say if at West Ashley, they use everything that they need, would they be able to share those points or over to someone?
So Wes, I'll say this, I'm sure Mr. Comeback's watching.
I know he ain't never.
He'll use all of his
Yeah.
points and some more from his friends, but in the case of Stahl, for example, Mr. Larson has very high population of all 3 groups of students, as you note here. And from a capital standpoint, Mr. Larson doesn't necessarily, he's not gonna be able to have that many more people in his building because he didn't have space, right? And so I'm sure that when Mr. Comeback calls Mr. Larson, that Mr. Larson will share some of his, we do think that there will be a sharing of resources with this model. And it goes back to something Mrs. Waters asked earlier, about still not all schools will have what they need. We're hoping this will allow for some of that sharing across the system.
Right. And that gets me to one of my other questions. When we look at from a procurement standpoint, when we start seeing schools requesting some of the same programs or whatnot.
Yes, sir.
When do we switch that over to district program requests?
So we really rely on the chiefs to sort of manage that process. And so, like I said, one of the guardrails that we'll talk about is before any reading program or intervention program or math support will be approved. One of the guardrails, I have a feeling, will be that Mrs. Simmons, yep, Dr. Williams just said it's in there, that Mrs. Simmons and her team will vet that. And we will continue to capture those things to answer your questions directly, Mr. Calhoun, that are done as a system to determine when certain processes or procedures need to become systemized.
I guess over to Mr.
Is that all?
Oh, absolutely not. So when we go over, that actually gets over to Mr. Brigman, what are we doing? What systems are being put in place now so that HR will be able to support the flow of additional,
I think what you asked me, Mr. Calhoun, is if schools see an increase in allocations, are we going to be able to fill the positions?
well, how
For the
will we
most
be able to make it flow easier? So say if we get this budget passed in May and the principals know that they have these extra allocations coming in, they will bring in extra FTEs or whatnot. And June, July, we
Mhm,
start school in
mhm,
August. What are we doing now to be able to make sure that a system is in place so
Right.
we won't get slammed?
So first of all, anybody that's school-based, probably that's ESSER funded or an overlay that Mrs. Huggins talked about, most principals would probably absorb those folks into their allocated positions. So hopefully, and hope is not a strategy, but hopefully, we go through this process every year with our principals. We start March 18th meeting with principals to go over their current staffing roster and their allocations. And so every year we're faced with like title money, CSI money, or other funding sources that principals aren't sure they're necessarily going to have. So we have teachers that sometimes go on a reassignment list for a month or so as we sort out the other, what allocations they have. So this may be a similar process depending on how soon the board gives us the green light. The recruitment staff, which there are 4 recruiters, and then some others for pathways, as you were familiar with. I mean, they're recruiting for positions, period. They know this is being talked about. So they're continuing to build a pipeline, but we all know that pipeline it's a little more difficult in the last couple of years with teachers, but they'll continue to recruit principals like Anita mentioned Mr. Comeback. He's probably already thinking about this and what's he going to do. And that's what principals do.
He's already hired his position.
He's already hired his people. They're probably started today. But no,
That's what he had, please.
that's what principals do. If he thinks he's going to have these FTEs, they start looking.
So Maggie, can you pull up slide 22? Thank you for that, Bill. So Mr. Calhoun, if you look back here. If you look right here, Mr. Calhoun, again, I know it's hard to take me seriously in this getup, but so if you look here, it sort of represents where we are. These are people already in positions, so they're full, right? These are the FTEs that are already filled with ESSER people. So if you look over here, the net is here. If you recall, we hired over 350 people in ESSER. So this is going to take care of a lot of in and of itself, if you know what I mean. I mean that,
Right.
those people whose positions aren't funded will need somewhere to go, et cetera. So some of that, all what Bill said, and the reality of it is we're not funding all the requests. And so those people we'll have to find them homes.
Right. I got another question for you. So you talked about the accountability part of it. With the increased flexibility becomes more accountability. What does accountability look like? Say if we go a year or two and we see something's not
question.
going right, how do we then hold our principals accountable? What steps or processes will we be looking at?
That's a really good question, Mr. Calhoun. We're leaning on the associates to help us develop the guardrails and the processes for monitoring together. What we toyed around, and there was quite a robust conversation on Thursday, and we hadn't shared this with principals, but there's conversation about, do we complete impact reports for all these positions annually and review them? What processes will Joe, Jennifer, Jackie, and Ep use with principals to assess the effectiveness of positions? It really should be our way of work. anyway. So we'll be working with them, but there will be measures in place aligned with this impact process that we've already done.
One last question.
You okay? Go ahead. Yes, sir.
And I've been seeing where this model has worked across the country in different places, but one thing I wasn't able to gather was where have we seen this model go into place and then also been pulled out,
I'm glad you asked. So,
and why?
the district most closest to us, I believe, based on our research that has done this and over time, is Charlotte-Mecklenburg. And despite 4 or 5 superintendents, as you know, the transition of superintendents often brings about system-wide change, right? This is the one thing over the last 10 years in Charlotte, despite the transition of, I think, 3 superintendents now, this is the one thing that's remained consistent. And so we've looked at other models. We've looked in Boston. In fact, we're using some of the guardrails in Boston to inform our work here. We're really trying to look at best practice across the nation to inform the process. And we see in places where models like this are used, improve student outcomes, particularly for the groups of students that we're focusing on here.
I think that's all.
And I know we're drawing short on time. I think the most, and I don't want to cut the questions short, so we'll answer them. I think that the most important part of the budget presentation is kind of what's next. And so I'll ask, Ms. Simmons is going to pick up the next slide or two, and Mrs. Foxworth is going to speak briefly on slide 27, and then I'll ask Mr. Prentice to quickly wrap us up with the next steps here as we prepare for the board meeting, the cows start.
Okay.
Ms. Simmons.
Really quickly, and in the interest of time, at some point during a COW or school board meeting, you've heard about these premier programs that we are looking to expand. For example, Avid, expand to more of our high schools at about an additional 8 to 10, include a coordinator who can actually support and coordinate the services for Avid programs, increasing our CTE footprint and being able to support summer internships to get more and more of our scholars college and career ready. Chronic absenteeism was a presentation you heard just maybe a couple of weeks ago. We need scholars in school to impact the work. We cannot get at the programming if they're not in school. So it warrants, chronic absenteeism warrants us shoring up in terms of Dr. Coakley having resources to get into the field and go do home visits and such, as well as employee early childhood. We saw great success out of the D20 pilot right there at Charleston Progressive. And so we want to be able to support our teachers in a way, of course, as Mr. Bergman will tell you, increasing the monetary support, but also daycare services for teachers is huge. And so at the top, that 10-day and mid-year adjustments, what we've learned over time, when we do about a 10 to 12-day reconciliation of our enrollment, and we're plussing and minusing, right? So we're going to either add allocations if your numbers have increased considerably, or if you're way low under your projections, you may lose a point. We do that at about the 12-day mark. What principals have told us rather consistently is, say, mid-year, there's an influx. Some schools are rather transient in terms of scholars coming and going, that we need to do a better job, not only at looking at 10 and 12-day numbers, but perhaps mid-year, so that we can support and fortify schools in a way they're not going half the year with inadequate support. And so you will see in the bigger landscape of the budget forecast that we intend to put in these special considerations as a part of the general operating budget.
On the other consideration slide, the first line item is mine. The critical needs you can define as essential, really needed, but it isn't a requirement. So some of the items that make up this 2.6 million include additional buses to transport middle school students to high school for athletics after school from all middle schools, which we do not have funded right now. That includes additional staffing for facilities management for roof leaks, as well as some additional buses for morning and afternoon runs. I mentioned that was part of the must-pay bill We believe leaving some of these on the side and reassessing it would allow us to see how things look next year. So these aren't required pays. They're essential, but it is something we wanted to put on the table as we've done each and every year.
Mr. Barrow, most of those are reoccurring.
They would be all recurring. Yes, sir.
The next line item there very quickly is a placeholder for you all if you determine when you determine what you would like to do with resources for constituent boards in regards to meals, technology, and increased pay. We've also got a placeholder there for the leadership pipeline. We're starting to model some of our work after other national best practice, Hillsborough and all, where we're allowing internships as for assistant principals to shadow principals in various settings across our system as we're trying to build capacity for leaders across the system. Ms. McKinney.
Yes, one quick question about the constituents. I understand the meal and the technology, but I thought it had to be a legislative decision about pay increase.
It does. Yes, ma'am. Thank
Okay.
you for asking that question. Whether you all want to draft with, of course, our support, something to have the legislators take a look at that. We is certainly we take your lead on and your guide. Whether it'll be approved for next year's budget, we don't know whether the time will permit for that. We've included it as a placeholder just so you would know, and as with the constituent boards, that we're committed to funding as appropriate. The last slide before we go quickly into the very last steps is Mrs. Foxworth. I believe she's
I am here.
here. Thank you, Ms. Foxworth.
All right, in the interest of time, I'll just go high level, and of course, I can come back to any board workshop to go in detail. And so the first thing is through ESSER, we've been able to provide our Head Start families with after school care, and that has been a big success. We've only done it at 5 schools. One of them including in St. James Santee, and that's been very successful because a lot of them work in the city and then they don't have to rush back. So we're asking for some funding to continue that program. A lot of our families, whether in Head Start, are either working or in school. Startup funding. Startup only gives us $5,100 per child, and every year that we continue to increase our salaries, that $5,100 per child that the state gives us is not enough to cover. Although we do generate a large amount of money, $4.4 million in startup funding, that is still not enough to cover what our teacher salaries are. The last thing is that in ESSER, when we expanded startup this past year, we had 14 teacher and teacher assistants that were formerly, they were in Head Start, but to streamline Head Start, we went to all 3-year-olds. And so they are Head Startup classrooms. And so we're needing, they were in ESSER for the last year, and we're needing them to continue and then be in GOF. And then through the last couple of years through ESSER, we have served 250 additional students. And so that's the CD expansion. So if you continue that, if we continue the same classes, that we can continue serving those children. That has helped tremendously with some of our, with our data, and really more importantly, being able to access all the kids that need the program the most. And then the last thing is, this is something, certifying Head Start teachers is something we've been working on since 2019 when we did the Early Childhood Project Task Force. And it kicked off with Mary Ford. And we're seeing some tremendous progress with Head Start at Mary Ford, and we're trying to replicate that in the other schools. And so that's why we are asking the continued support by the board to continue paying 50% of the teachers and 50% of the teacher assistant salary. The remaining will come from the Head Start grant. And so I think that's all the total considerations, and I'm happy to come back another time to go deeper.
Thank you, Ms. Foxworth. We'll skip the board time for priorities and turn it over for the last 3 or 4 slides to you, Mr. Prentice. Thank you.
Sure. So just thinking about next steps as we move into April. Of course, we have, I believe, 2 Audit and Finance Committee meetings coming up between now and the next board workshop. But on the expenditure side, we're looking at ways to trim about $8 million across all categories in the GOF, just to be able to ensure that the budget is lean and efficient, both on the revenue and expenditure side. So we're hoping to bring a detailed recommendation in April with those specifics that the board can consider. That, of course, provides some additional capacity on top of the $53 million in revenue over the current fiscal year base budget that we've already shared. We're also looking, as I mentioned earlier, at ways that we can reallocate millage from debt to operating if that opportunity truly does present itself on some of the analysis that we're considering now. Just as an example, if you go to slide 30, a 3 mil reallocation from debt to operating would yield about $10 million in additional revenue in the GOF without a tax increase. And actually, by moving funds or by moving millage from debt to operating, that's actually a tax decrease for owner occupied homes, since the levy in the debt fund is applicable to 4% properties, and in the operating fund, it's not. So there's a positive to that. And then looking at some debt refinancing and refunding that could be considered to create interest savings and smoothing of annual payments. We do have an opportunity looking at one of our 2010 era installment purchase revenue bonds being refinanced later this year, but also looking at the overall structure of our debt portfolio and how it can be as most efficient and lean as possible. Going to the next slide to 31. So still, of course, looking at local and state revenue increases not yet considered to bridge any funding gaps that present themselves. Hope to have more information coming out of the state. And then, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, really doing some tightening, if you will, looking at the local revenues coming from the auditor's office and trying to do some long-range forecasting just based on the growth trajectory and the assessment base to be able to be as close as possible to those projections in the budget for next year. We mentioned countywide reassessment. And so hope to provide some examples in the upcoming workshop with what that reassessment scenario would look like in fiscal year 2026, and then how we would build on that with some organic growth in fiscal year 2027, and what opportunities that would present for sustainability on the expenditure side. And at that point, we want to bring the board a revised 3-year financial plan, as Ms. Huggins mentioned, that considers all of those elements, as well as some of the things that the board has brought to us by way of priorities, because there's a big difference between a $2,500 teacher pay base increase and a $5,000 teacher pay increase, and annualizing those things over multiple years creates some different scenarios. And so we want to be able to understand how those priorities all come together, and then how that forecast out over several years. So that's where we are. The following slide, the final slide 32, is just the look down of the calendar. So of course we have 3/13 coming up this week with Audit and Finance, and then one more on April 9th. With a budget workshop on April 15th, and then the first reading, proposal of the budget going to Audit and Finance in May, with one more budget workshop before first reading comes to the board on May 20th.
We really appreciate your time today. I know we're over, and I am sincerely sorry for that. Between now and when the CAL starts, Mr. Kelly, which might be immediately, I plan to cut short the superintendent's report in order to be able to get feedback from you on your priorities for the budget. So I'm going to make some quick adjustments to those slides, and hopefully we can get some feedback from you during the committee of the whole. If you have any lasting questions, certainly ask. If not, Mr. Kelly, turn over to you.
Thanks, Nita. We typically start board meeting at 5:15, so 6 minutes. Can you get the priorities? Is it a 6-minute thing, or is it a 20-minute thing? What is this board priorities we're working on?
6 minutes will be fine for me to adjust my presentation. So if you want to take a quick break, I'll adjust my slides, and we'll be ready at 5:15.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening. We'll call the Committee of the Whole meeting to order. We'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
Mr. Move.
Second.
Second.
Dr. Temple, are you on board docs or would you like to voice vote?
I'll have to voice vote. I'm not on board docs. Yay.
Okay, motion carries. Annual reports. Ms. Denny?
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, trustees. Tonight, I've got the great privilege of introducing Chair Gadsden from Constituent District 4 to present her Constituent District Board report.
Ms. Gadsden, just so we can say for your knowledge and for the public, any concerns you bring to our attention or any areas to address, we will take those down and we'll get back with you in District 4. And we're so glad you're feeling better and you could be with us tonight.
Thank you so much. I
Yes,
appreciate
ma'am.
this opportunity. The date I was supposed to present, I just went back to work and we're in search of a new dean. So they were like, you have to be there. So there you go. But good afternoon and thank you so much for allowing me to be here and also to present D4 report. Again, my name is Carla Gadsden, Lala B. Fayal, which is our vice chair. I have Joseph Bennett, Reverend Collins, Michael Garnett, Edwina Peterson, and Jonna Wilson. Just keep in mind that all of us are true residents of North Charleston, maybe one or two, maybe transplants, but we've been there a long, long time, especially Ms. Fayal, who is our Burke graduate, Burke Institute graduate. So there you go. We got history. So we will move on to our constituent board powers and duties. And then if you could just go to the next slide, because it simplifies that. That's just legal diction, jargon. But again, we are, our board duties are attendance zones, student transfers, student discipline, and of course, our annual report. So we'll move on to the next slide. So I figured that attendance zone, we can go ahead and incorporate all the good things that Mr. Verroe's team is doing to District 4 as far as adding more seats to stall, 600 seats, which will hopefully take all those learning trailers or what's the fancy word that y'all using now? Cottages. Roll them on out. The Deer Park Middle expansion, the new facility at Morningside, along with the AC Cochran Elementary expansion phase 1. So I'm glad there's a phase 2 because every time I drive past AC Cochran, seeing those poor children playing, doing PE on our old tennis court saddens me because I am from that area. I went to AC Cochran. My brother, who's 10 years older than me, went to AC Cochran. My uncle, who is several years older than me, went to AC Cochran. Then my daughter, who is now 24, went to AC Cochran. So that tennis court has been there for so many years. I believe it used to be part of the city of North Charleston. So I don't know how that came into play, but we appreciate kind of getting phase 1 as far as taking some of those cottages out of there as well. So again, Laxton Elementary, which is another school that I'm familiar with, getting a new facility along with the Hunley Park and Lambs collab going on. So we appreciate y'all recognizing the needs of District 4. And just keep in mind, District 4 is a large district. We have 3 areas, 1, 2, and 3. I'm part of Area 3, which I think starts at, I'm not sure, Remount Road and maybe goes all the way to Lincolnville, Somerville area. So we have a diverse population coming in because that area in Lapson and Somerville, excuse me, we have new people coming in. So it's steadily growing along with areas outside, I think, where the old stall is. I think they're still working in those areas as well. So we have new construction coming. So we appreciate you recognizing that we need to get those facilities up and going and doing some renovation. So we'll move on to our student discipline, our main source of business every week, sometimes twice a week. So you see in 22-23, we had 191 cases. And currently, as of March 4th, we had 122 cases. So we do have a lot of students. So we don't, and remember, we have children, and children make bad decisions sometimes. So we will move on to our recommendations. So I believe every nonprofit, well, we believe every nonprofit organization and commission should complete a memorandum of understanding or a memorandum of agreement. So like everyone, we saw the news when the North Charleston Commission came into play. So when they use that word commission, it kind of threw me off because when we have, it sounds like it has authority as far as that there's going to be 2 boards in North Charleston. There's going to be the District 4 board along with the North Charleston Commission board. So thanks to Ms. Denny, she did send me an email saying that there is no, you're just sitting down talking. So I think we need to take that commission off, maybe change the name or something to recognize to the constituents that there's not 2 boards of North Charleston. Maybe also, because North Charleston is changing, I believe we have a lot of retired administrators along with teachers who are in the area who I believe wouldn't mind contributing as far as assisting with recommendations and pretty much helping out as far as with the board, but having a true intent of what we're trying to do as far as with North Charleston, changing the outcomes of our students, providing opportunities of growth and learning and experiences. So then we'll move on, since City of North Charleston wants to get into the education business. They have several facilities that we should be able to use free of charge. So my recommendation as far as our recommendations for a District 4 senior banquet, showcasing the outcomes of our seniors who are who've been in our schools as far as recognize their achievements and also their parents and everything. And then also moving all discipline appeals to general counsel. So only general counsel is present in executive session with the Consolidated Board of Trustees for student hearings. Then also have general counsel to thoroughly review and make revisions of the code of conduct before CCSD Consolidated Board of Trustees final approval. The reason why I say that, because there is a couple pages in the code of conduct. We are requiring these students and parents to sign off on these on this book, and there's some conflict as far as policy change. Maybe someone didn't go to this other page to make the corrections, but we need to make sure transparency and that we are making sure everything is correct, because I'm sure if I was a lawyer, I would be all through this code of conduct, scratching things off and doing other things as far as with that. And then I know you have a first day event, I believe, at the district stadium. Again, since North Charleston wants to contribute to the CCSD, using their facility as far as the North Charleston Coliseum, making a larger event. somewhere that is accessible, somewhere that more corporations are involved as far as donations, including some of the private organizations that have backpack events, combining that. So everyone's there along with some of your offices that help support the students with the wraparound services, making sure that parents are involved, know what's available to them. And then again, our appeal process for attendance line zoning, our recommendation, I went on the Charleston County government as far as their appeal process. And their appeal process is 15 days to appeal, providing written documentation of the hardship. So that would be students, community, administrators, but something in writing, not something hearsay, not something that's behind the door that no one's here, but a selective few. So, and then also determine who has the right to appeal the constituent board's zoning attendance line. So that's a consideration. Also, another thing I would like to see, we would like to see is CCSD student of the year. We have teacher of the year, let's have a student year. Encouraging them to do better, having goals when they first walk into the door, saying, hey, I want to be student of the year. So that is something else. And then also something that we would like also to see. I understand that you give a scholarship, a one-time scholarship, but also providing a graduating senior with a scholarship for their first 4 years attending a higher education institution. So that is something to consider. My daughter, who was hybrid, she did first, let's say K through 5th grade in Charleston County School District. And then I moved her to private school. And then she went to College of Charleston. And one of her scholarships she got for her 4 years, they wrote her a check to her. For the first 2 years, $1,000 for the fall and spring, as long as she keeps a 3.0, and then going to the 3rd year, they gave her $5,000, so $2,500 for the fall, $2,500 for the spring, which encouraged her to maintain that GPA and also to help with expenses. Because that first year, they get so many scholarships, and then second year, you're like, what are we doing? So that is, and my final slide, which was covered in the budget, is our increase in compensation for constituent board members. We've been on the books. It has been $15 since 1973. So I did go to the inflation rate. As of January 2024, there's an achievement gap. Currently, it's $144.80. We can bend, we got some wiggle room, but we need to close that
Ms. Gadsden,
achievement gap.
thank you so much for your time this evening. Really appreciate it. I do want to open it up to some questions from our board, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Ms. Waters, would you start us off? Any questions?
Thank you for the report. I don't actually have any questions. Just want to appreciate what you shared. I did notice, well, actually I do have one question. The first presentation showed information, I think, about more detail about the disciplinary and academic pieces, and also in particularly the live and attend zone information. I really wish you hadn't taken that out because it's very important in terms of when we think about the live and attend numbers, the live out attending, the whole picture of who is in North Charleston schools compared to who lives in North Charleston. It was really important. So hopefully the public can go back to the last meeting and the previous presentation is still there.
I thought I would just shorten it a little bit because I know you all are in a long meeting. So I'd like to be but next year we'll add that back in.
Yeah, and just a particular note, just how you know, where we do have choice schools or some higher thriving schools is typically live out and attend in. So we have a lot of people coming into our choice schools, but our students not having, you know, high levels of enrollment in our schools that folks sort of flee away from. And so, you know, that's just something to elevate and to always have folks keep in mind when thinking about District 4, especially as we go into the budget process. And just another comment of support. I do think the constituent board pay needs to increase for certain, and shed light on the fact that your disciplinary hearings are not decreasing necessarily. It's March and it's 144 already. So we're tracking on trend with, you know, very close to or around the 191. And so you're spending quite a bit of time. We are in a very long meeting, you know, twice a month, but you're in them twice a week and they go very long as well.
Thank you.
Jefferson?
Yes, Ms. Gadsden, thank you for your thorough report, but most importantly, thank you for your thoughtfulness in addressing some concerns in North Charleston. Particularly, one of interest to me is this recognition of students. We recognize others, and I think that we should be a little bit more intentional about recognizing our students. So thank you for bringing that to the forefront. Thank you also for being an elected official and addressing your concerns about the commission and being able to have this platform to voice your concerns. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Temple, did you have any questions?
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Gadsden, for your report. I think that as I've listened to now the D4 report and the other constituent boards, I think that administration, we need to really do consider more about what's happening with the discipline hearings. Also, the appeals that seem to be an issue that the board seem to need more information about these appeals for transfers and rezoning. And yes, I'll support the pay raise for the constituent boards. I know that you all put a lot of heart and effort into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Molly?
I'll start off with, I can empathize with you about the pay. We are also paid from 1970 standards, and it is a full-time job. Even though we only meet typically a couple of times a month. But so yeah, anyway, I support you in your desires to be paid a little bit more. My question is about your desire to bring things over to general counsel. Are you saying that you want to take the appeals away from Dr. Coakley?
We are saying that. I feel like appeals, they receive the packets. And then I feel like there should be a separate board as far as with the appeal process. It shouldn't go to DOS, it should go to general counsel. I mean, we get the letter from general counsel saying that our appeal has been overturned or upheld, so why not allow them to receive the appeals?
Why would you want to remove it from Dr. Coakley?
It wasn't.
That's what she says.
Yeah, the appeals process was always handled by general counsel. It only stopped when we didn't have in-house general counsel.
No, I just asked her if she was desiring to move it away from Dr. Coakley, and she said yes.
She did, but your
know
question,
why.
I'm saying, was the original. The issue is that it did not always belong only to DOS. DOS and general counsel work together. So she answered the question you asked, but the question wasn't, you see what I'm saying? It's always been a
Hear it from
co-thing.
her.
She wouldn't know that because she's not inside I'm just letting you know.
We don't get invited to executive sessions, so it'd be nice. Since
Right.
DOS is invited, we should be invited too. But we're not invited to the appeals. We're not invited to the executive session for appeals, so.
Well, right, because you heard you had the hearing in the first place.
And they do the packets. The packets go to DOS
Right,
first. So they have interaction with the principals.
right. Well,
So if I may,
yeah, no, I'm done.
no, I think this is something worth unpacking.
Mhm,
This is probably not the proper spot to do it.
right.
So Ms. Huggins, yeah, if we could, let's review that process. I think that's probably wise.
Mr. Kelly, point of privilege. I think it's important, and whatever point I need to put on the floor, just to make it a point that, just for clarification, there is a lack of institutional knowledge around this because none of the people who were originally in the process when it was run the way it originally was, except for Dr. Coakley, who was actually operating in a different capacity, are here. And so just to clarify, there was always a relationship between the Department of Student Discipline, whatever it was called at the time, and General Counsel. I don't want the public to believe that General Counsel never was a part of the process.
Very good point of clarification. Thank you for that. Mr. Grabowski?
I see in some of your recommendations, because I've had the pleasure of working with Ladson Elementary and RB Stall. And Ladson Elementary, I saw on Monday and working with their students. And I was shocked when I saw the MLS support team there. And they were serving out of the 180 kids we had, I think like 60 of them English. They didn't speak, I mean, their Spanish wasn't perfect. They couldn't read Spanish. And I think 8 of them had just come in this week. So I really think the constituent board really needs to follow this pulse, because it looks like Ladson is the target point. And we the same thing we're experiencing with Stall. And when you go back to the code of conduct, the reason I bring it up is I actually am going to use a couple of the MLS support staff to translate our books into Spanish, because you've got this code of conduct. You've got all these new kids coming in, and I just wonder how we're bringing them up to speed on all this.
Well, I
Because,
think
you
they
know,
do
these kids
have-
were like fifth graders.
Right. I think they do have a Spanish and an English version of the code of conduct on their website. So
Because, you know, when you look at the disciplinary cases, you know, I know it's tracking down. It looked like it's tracking up or whatever, but I'm just amazed with the influx of new kids that you're coming in. It's almost like what we experienced at Wando when Lincoln came in, and you see this new influx. I was overwhelmed. So you guys are doing a wonderful job, and I really respect what you do and support what you're doing.
well, we thank the support for the interpreters as well. So it extends the meetings a little longer, but we're glad that there's a clear understanding of what's going on in the
So
meeting.
you have interpreters at your meeting?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes, I only have one question, but I have 2 comments. So I'll be talking with you and your vice chair over the next couple of days about the pay situation as well. So as we move forward to audit and finance, but how many transfer requests did y'all have coming in about last year?
They gave it to us, but I can't remember, but I know it's like several. Do you remember how many? No,
50 or
it's
60?
still a long day.
Right.
Yeah, it's still a full, it's not like we're in there an hour, so we probably might be in there like 2 hours or so, but yeah.
And that was coming in.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's a lot of kindergarten and first grade, and I wish they would give the school an opportunity before they say, I heard that the school isn't good, I heard they don't do this place here will be better. And everyone has their right, but, you know, give them an opportunity and see
Right.
if this particular school is not a good fit for your child.
Right, that's always been one of our issues with constituent boards, and honestly, as we looked at all of that, I think Dr. Temple said this, as we looked at all of the reports from the different districts, we can start seeing the similarities between all of the districts, and we can start tackling down the appeal process. As far as for attendance lines, and looking at the looking at the constituent board pay and a couple other things that each board actually brought to us, and that we can start looking at for this year. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Calhoun and Ms. Gaston, we can provide you that information just so you have it readily available about your appeal. So we'll work on that. It's on our list.
Bailey?
Yes, I have one question, but I just wanted to say thanks for all you do. Your work is really appreciated. I wanted to know, because I'm looking at the data, it says from 2022 to 2023, you heard 191 cases. That was for the whole year?
For the whole year.
Okay, and this year here, you have 122
as of March 4th.
as of March
So
4th.
we have a meeting tomorrow. So I think
Okay.
we have maybe 6 cases
Okay.
for
So-
tomorrow
Okay.
with an interpreter. So it's gonna be a long night.
Yes. Well, I understand, but, I wanted to know, what do most of these cases consist of?
They're simple assault or some, we have, drug possession, some drug distribution, we have major disruption. That's one. And,
You got a lot of consistent offenders, Ms. Gaston, that are that level 2 and that level 3, just like you
right,
suggested.
so we do have a
Mhm.
couple people who are, have, went over their probation contract. We do have a couple of those. And then also some of our Daniel Jenkins, students come to us, and it's concerning with the Daniel Jenkins because some of them are at their points, but Daniel Jenkins require them to be there for a certain, after they make their points, they still have to stay there another 3 weeks or so to maintain their grades and attendance before they transition to their home school. So that's another concern that we have because we feel like that's just setting them up for failure.
Okay, well, that's what I wanted to know, if most of these cases were new cases or were they?
Majority are new cases though. And then we have a few elementary, because like last year, there was a couple that had brought a knife to school, safety and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, they didn't know any better. And when they come in front of us, they're very scared because they know that they did something that they weren't supposed to do. So yeah, we try to, because it's elementary, so we're just building, and then middle school, hopefully they learn what they learned retain what they learned in elementary school and hope that they don't carry on those same behaviors as they move up the pipeline, the high school.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
So as everyone else, first of all, thank you. Secondly, to help the district help you more, one of your requests was that general counsel looked at the code of conduct.
Yes.
Would you send the district the items out of that code of conduct that are questionable for you all and cause you
Yes.
trouble?
Yes,
Thank you.
I have that already highlighted.
All right, great. Thank you.
Anything else?
They all stole my questions. So I have
Oh,
nothing.
sorry.
Yeah, no, that's great. We're all thinking alike. So very much thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening.
And item 4, Ms. Denny.
Thank you, Chair Gadsden. So with that, we'll have responses back to the D4 school board, the D4 constituent board, just as we have with the other constituent boards. And I have the great honor of acknowledging CCSD's Read Across America Week. As part of our Read Across America Week celebration, not only is our superintendent dressed as her favorite book character, one of my many favorites, but we're recognizing the schools, the top 10 schools with the most minutes per reader in Beanstack from August through February. And Dr. Coakley is going to help me hand out certificates. And while we're waiting to have our recipients come on in, I'd like to also thank Miss James, who's sitting in the back of the boardroom. I'm sure probably not wanting me to draw attention to the fact that she's here, but none of this would be possible without Miss Christy James, who just brings life and energy and excitement into all things that she does, especially for our library media center and certainly with Beanstack. So undoubtedly, reading is the foundation of all students' learning. The board has prioritized literacy to support reading and literacy. All our schools use Beanstack, a platform that allows students to track their reading and contribute toward our 20 million minute reading goal for this school year. We are well on our way and have read over 16 million minutes as of just this morning. Our district's Read Across America Week, happening this week, March 11th through 15th, is another way our schools celebrate reading. In honor of this week, we'd like to honor the top 10 schools who have the most minutes per reader so far this school year from August through February. This includes both students and staff because creating a culture of the reader means everyone reads and everyone contributes. We're proud to honor the following schools and their principals who've been instrumental in supporting literacy and building a culture that values the time and efforts of all readers. Board members, if you'd come to the front, as I read these schools, we'll take a group photo immediately following. Oh. Buse Academy. Principal Shante White. St. Andrew's School of Math and Science, Principal Stephen Thomas. Military Magnet Academy, Principal Dr. Robert Perno. Lang Middle School, Principal Mr. Jay Whitehair. Ashley River Creative Arts Elementary School, Principal Mr. Timothy Sullivan.
He's a big troublemaker. He really is.
Chicora Elementary School, Principal Miss Monica Smalls.
Yes.
Oakland Elementary School, Principal Mrs. Elizabeth Capley.
Yes.
C.E. Williams Middle School North, Principal Mrs. Maite Porter. Sullivan's Island Elementary School, Principal Mrs. Susan King. Stiles Point Elementary School, Principal Mrs. Shannon McAllister. Edith L. Frierson Montessori, Principal Mrs. Latrice Smalls. We commend these schools and their students and staff, and we look forward to continue to celebrating you throughout Read Across America Week as we build both our skills as lifelong readers and build a love of reading. Congratulations.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, look right here for me. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to take several. Okay, beautiful. Congratulations.
Thanks, y'all.
Yeah.
Cramping real bad. What's that? Cramping real bad.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Thanks to all of you for prioritizing literacy and celebrating with our schools, such a notable accomplishment. So as promised, we hope the public was able to view the 3:30 board workshop, the budget workshop around our priorities for the year. And as promised during the break, I cut short the superintendent's report because we wanted to be able to hear from the trustees some of your priorities in a very, very real way. So in our conversations about student outcomes, Mr. Kelly asked a question last meeting about early learning, and Mrs. Foxworth is here today. As you see, early learning is one of our key priorities moving forward because we've linked improved student outcomes to the work we're doing with the early childhood program here in CCSD. So the first slide there, Maggie, in just a few moments, Mrs. Foxworth is going to talk about my IGDs and how groups of our students are performing on certain subsets of that. And she's going to give you 2 or 3 slides, 2 or 3 very brief slides, line graphs, to show you how our students have progressed from fall to spring over the course of the last 3 years. So we thought it might be helpful for our spotlight today to be an overview of my IGDs. And so here Maggie is going to share with that with you now 4 minutes, if we can get it up and going.
So my IGD stands for My Individual Growth and Development Indicators, and it is an early literacy assessment that we use in all of our pre-K classrooms district-wide. So we assess in 4 areas for early literacy. We assess in oral language, alphabet knowledge, comprehension, and phonological awareness through a series of subtests. And generally what that looks like for the students are fun games, activities that intertwine with the teacher. The teacher does it one-on-one with each student, so they really get to know their students. We use it as a benchmark assessment, so we really were monitoring growth throughout the year. We do it in the fall, winter, and spring. So in the fall, we're really gauging what the students are coming in and what their understanding is in these areas. And then in winter and spring, we're measuring the amount of growth they've had with being in our program. And the hopes would be that by the end of the year, we're seeing enough growth that the students are showing more readiness for kindergarten.
Quick video about the letter N, and then you're good. You guys are going to give me some work.
I think that it allows teachers to see where students are, so we can clearly see, like, the students had no idea what sound idea was at the beginning of the year. Most of my class knew no letter sounds coming in, which is okay. Therefore, they're not going to know them. And I was able to assess that and see that. And then by actually December, January, when I assessed them again, almost every single child knew 16 or more letter sounds. So we're able to see that growth because we can see, hey, they know nothing. And then we can do games or do lessons. And then by a certain point, we're like, hey, they know a lot of things.
With Sound ID, we've seen a decrease in the Tier 2, Tier 3 groups of students. We've also saw an increase in our Tier 1, so that has been a positive. But using the MyIGDs test, it allows teachers and coaches to look at the data and see where we need to modify plans that are being implemented in the classroom that we use from our tri-annual data days.
Ring.
Once we gather all of that data, we look at what our kids really need help with. And especially in my class, I noticed that rhyming was one of the things that we needed to focus in on a little bit heavier. And so with the rhyming data, we look at pictures and we start with that picture ID portion as well. So a lot of our students have never seen things like a camel before. And that's stuff that you don't really think of as an adult that your students have never seen. So we start by looking at those pictures, identifying those things in the classroom, and then trying to connect, once you have the item, connecting that to words that rhyme or nonsense words, especially with words like the students' names. So like Miss Brown, Miss Clown, certain things that make the kids just laugh that they think is just silly, and so that they can understand that the middle and ending sounds rhyme.
What is that? It's a rainbow. What does this say?
At an instructional differentiation in my classroom for strategies that I use, I change them up after we are done testing for winter and fall, and I group students based off of their scores and how well they academically achieve their goal, their personal goals that we set for them. We use MyIGDs, but I also use letter sounds for progress monitoring, so that way my students, they make more progress from the fall of IGDs to the winter. So I'm constantly changing our groups based on the letter sounds or letter identification that those students need. And we constantly change out our routine for activities and the type of groups that are working together. So they see other children, they get exposed to students who are ML learners, which are multilingual learners, and students who come from an English background.
Your turn. Hot.
Every year, we always see a huge growth from our students from the time that they enter CD to when they leave. Even just from fall to winter, our growth, when we look at the data, like those color-coded, graphs are amazing with how much progress the kids make. And I think it's really just using that data of the IGDs to kind of build and see where those foundational skills are, and then be able to build on them and help the kids develop even stronger.
Thank you, Maggie. So in just a few moments, Mrs. Foxworth is going to talk to you a little bit about student progress that we're seeing, just as the teachers referenced in Sound ID and rhyming from fall to winter. So you can see student progress. Again, if we're going to move forward as a system, a focus on early childhood, it will be paramount system-wide. So again, Ms. Foxworth, we'll turn it over to you. And just, if we give us just a second, Ms. Foxworth, and then I mix things up a little bit to give the board a little bit more time for budget priorities, and we'll call you up. Is that okay? Thank you. Thank you. So very quickly, I'm going to go through a few more slides. As I promised, we change things up so that you all could help us know what your priorities are from the 3:30 session. So here for the public that couldn't join us at 3:30, again, 5 budget actions this cycle. Sustaining academic gains is a priority. We talked at 3:30 about the weighted student-based formula, teacher pay, non-teacher pay, and school-based position upgrade reviews that are going on now. Number 2, Maggie, is to increase student support through this WSF model, expand AVID, expand early childhood, focus with Dr. Copley's team on chronic absenteeism, as Mrs. Simmons referenced earlier, making sure we have supports in place that can monitor and help families, summer interns in our CTE program, and mid-year adjustments for student enrollment due to highly transient populations. Number 3, maintain effective ESSER programs, both through FTEs and programmatic models that Mrs. Waters referenced, particularly in our acceleration schools that have seen increased student achievement. Expand childcare for employees, which we all believe to be critical. As we've seen success downtown, we're hoping, and in District 10, we're hoping to expand first to North Charleston. Ms. Gadsden would be pleased, but she had to step out. She was here for the earlier session. 3, we believe that essential to student achievement is quality leaders. So development of that leadership pipeline is critical. And number 4 and 5, increasing student autonomy and developing this 3-year plan. So to give some specifics around this weighted student formula, I want to break this down for the board very quickly before we ask you to prioritize with some high school, middle school, and elementary school examples. At the 3:30, we talked about overlays and impact requests. I want to show you how this impacts the system regardless of the constituent district you serve. So I know you all serve the consolidated all students, but you're elected through your constituencies. So if you look here at the model for West Ashley, for example, let me go to this slide so I can see. West Ashley currently has 5 overlays. We talked about an overlay being a resource allocation based on a specific need, and requested X number of ESSER impact requests, which was 3. So I just happen to know they have 5.5 overlays and 3 ESSER requests. In this model, they earned 13 additional FTEs in the weighted student formula based on the number of pupils in poverty, MLL, and special needs students they have. So the net of that would be 4.5. Similarly, at Wando, which has one either position, they have actually no overlays. This one allocation actually comes from their ESSER request. In this model, based on the approximately 500 pupils in poverty they have in special needs students, they earn 7 for a net change of 6. If we go to the next slide, you'll see 2 more high schools here. St. John's, currently, I referenced it at 3:30. They have 2 overlays. They didn't request anything from ESSER. In this process, they gained 5 for a net of 3. Likewise, between the ESSER request and overlays, which are minimal at North Charleston, they earn 7 additional FTEs for a net of 2. So again, you see demographically here, based on constituent district, how this impacts the system at large. If we go to middle schools quickly, Maggie, you see here Moultrie and Mount Pleasant, Morningside and North Charleston, and C.E. Williams and West Ashley. Keep in mind that the high school formula is a 1-to-6 ratio. The middle school is 1-to-4. And as Ms. Simmons noted, we're prioritizing elementary and early learning at 1-to-3. So Moultrie currently requested, I don't think they have any overlays. They requested 2 ESSER impact requests. They would earn 4 for a change of 2. You see here Morningside currently has about 6 overlays with their ESSER request. They'd earn 8, again for a net change of 2. And C.E. Williams, between their ESSER requests between the 2 campuses and overlays, they would earn 12. You see that feeder pattern trend there from West Ashley, CE, for a net change of 6. And then on to elementary school examples, you'll see here Whitesides, 1 ESSER request. They earn 4 additional FTEs through the weighted student formula for a change of 3. Shakora already has, again, between GOF and what they're requesting in ESSER, which is an addition, and they earn an additional FTE through this process. The next slide gives you 2 more elementary schools, one on James Island. James Island Elementary currently has 1 overlay and I think a 0.5 ESSER request. They earned 5 in this process for a net change of 3.5. And Oakland over in West Ashley, similar, either as a combination of ESSER request and GOF overlays, they earned 6 for a net change of 2.5. So as we shared in the 330, the last slide here is a clear alignment. Hopefully you can see here between what we presented at 330 and how we've aligned it with the work around student outcomes in our pillars. So what we'd like you to do after any questions you might have to ask, and Mr. Kelly, I'll turn it over to you, is we've got a trifold board here and you have stickies at your seats. I think the orange, Mrs. Roberson, is the orange, the high. The orange is high, the yellow is mid, and the pink is low. And so we would like you to either ask questions or give us some feedback now and use your stickies at some point in today's meeting or at the end of today's meeting to put here on the board. And Jacob is heroically put it on his the desk to hide himself. We'd like you to tab for us or share with us what your highest priorities are. You certainly can say, Anita, none of these things are low priority to me. I'd like more orange stickies, or I'd like more yellow stickies, and we have some of those in the bag. But you'll see all of the things that we've asked for consideration up here as we think about how to work, like Mrs. Waters asked in the 330, how to work with principals as we begin to start the crunch hiring time to know how we're going to resource schools for the fall. So, Mr. Kelly, that's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Waters, did you have any questions? Okay, Ms. Roberson?
Just one question about overlays. From the earlier presentation, and then this presentation, just in case we don't move to the WSF, which I like that model, but the overlays, it seems like they weren't evenly distributed. How did you qualify to have overlays?
Mrs. Roberson, in complete transparency, they weren't equally or equitably distributed, to be very honest, which is a problem we've identified with the system. So again, our role is to be as honest with the board and with the public as we can be. They were distributed based on needs of certain places, some particularly in smaller instances like St. James Santee and other places that might not earn enough resources by the allocation model that we use for a music teacher. In the case of James Island Elementary, they really needed a STEAM teacher because of their focus. So St. John's High School, as I shared earlier, the need for AP courses was a place where, folks earned overlays. So there was no, hey, let us know what you need, no equal call, like a call for proposals. We didn't do a call for overlays. We just put Band-Aids, to respond to the needs across the system over decades. I would say over decades, probably. And so we need to figure out how to rectify that. And this weighted student formula distributes resources fairly across the system based on student needs. And what you do with yours is based on what your data tells you your kids need. So thank you for asking the question. So it's honestly as I know how to answer it.
And so my final question is, if I was interested in doing a $58,000 teacher pay increase in one shot, all of my orange should go on the teacher pay.
If that's Mrs. Roberson, a great question. So yes, if your single most important priority is teacher pay and the other things are minimal to you, you can double up your stickies in any one area you want, and we have more stickies in the back. But you know, we want to know sooner than later, because we have a lot of people in ESSER positions, whether some of these other things are palatable to the board as we think about how we're moving forward. Because you know, on Friday, I had one-off conversations with some principals who, you know, who were saying, like Mrs. Waters asked earlier, you know, what am I going to look like? My ESSER people, we need to know. And so much of that is based on a budget board decision.
But that's not an option. Do I write it in? Over here,
It keeps moving. I know Jacob didn't like being blocked.
His arm was.
So it's broken down, Mrs. Roberson. Yes, ma'am. 5,000, 4,500, and 2,500 for teacher pay. And the same considerations for classified are broken down here on the board. Then I think we have some capital pieces, the early childhood expansion, et cetera. Thank you for the questions. Mr. Kelly.
Dr. Temple, did you have anything?
Yes, of course. I'm sorry I'm not here, but I'm here in California, attending to some family needs. I just want to say that I was so impressed with the budget presentation. It's the best that I've seen in all the years that that I've been working so closely with CCSD. So my question is, I can't see the board that I'm supposed to put stickies on. So
Dr.
if you
Temple,
all
I
can
can't
send
either, and I'm here.
so if you can send me a picture of the board and then tell me how many stickies I have. I know I'm gonna put a big orange one on teacher pay.
I know you are, Dr. Temple. We will take photos. Mrs. Watley's doing that for you now. And you honestly, you can have as many stickies as you'd like. I think I know where a lot of your priorities lie. So thank you. And we certainly miss you here, but we wish you and your family well in
Yeah, I
and
really am impressed with the weighted formula and hope that will bring about more equality and equity to our neighborhood schools.
Similarly, I do too. And Dr. Temple, I will thank you for the kind compliment. The thanks are due to Mrs. Simmons and Mrs. Roberts and to the finance team who really have worked around the clock to make it happen.
Thank you.
Ms. Watley, did you have any additional questions?
Can you come back to me?
Certainly. Mr. Grabowski?
Well, I'm trying to understand, you know, the overlay and the ESSER impact. I mean, I'm assuming one of them started when we got the ESSER funding, and that was generated by the school principals.
So the ESSER, yes, sir. The process established at the time. Oh, there goes one of Miss Fizzle's earrings. Miss Frizzle's earrings. I'll just take the other one off now. Yes, the ESSER positions were generated when resources were allocated to schools upon the receipt of ESSER funding based on the number of students not reading at grade level. So the request that came from schools at the time came in the form of either programs or FTEs. And as you see, we've been very transparent over many of those were with people versus programs. The overlays, as Mrs. Roberson asked, have been in the making for well over a decade.
Because where I get concerned is when I look at the, you know, obviously there was a concerted effort by D20 to grab a large sum of the money distributed through this coordinated event. I'm just wondering how you allocate something like that versus another district which didn't, you know, do that.
All of those at the time, and in complete transparency, there was an ample, I referenced call for proposals a second ago. All districts knew they had the opportunity to submit a feeder pattern request. We received a feeder pattern request from District 20, District 4, and District 23. And those were the feeder. There was another feeder pattern or two that convened with the intent of submitting a request, but did not. And so those feeder pattern proposals made it through an approval process that was determined at the time by the senior leadership. So it wasn't only offered to certain groups, it was only received by certain groups in full transparency.
But I'm assuming a lot of these programs that we're talking about that drop below the cutoff level, would, like, let's say like D20 got $7 million. Not all that went to teachers.
Not all of that went to teachers. And so what everyone was tasked to do in this process is whatever pieces of your programs, whether that's the whole D20 collaborative, whether that's the whole District 23 collaborative, whatever pieces of your program you think we should sustain post-ESSER, you had to pull that piece out and do an impact report on it. And you'll see when you go to your impact report list that I shared with you, you'll see various pieces of that District 20, that District 23, that District 4 process at various places in that tiered program. The family coordinators, you'll see above that 70 mark, for example. There are other pieces of those programs that either the team didn't ask for funds to continue or that may have asked for funds to continue that fell below the 65 or 70 cutoff. So we've been very strategic about how we've rated and assessed on that impact chart I shared with you. So any part of that, Mr. Grabowski, whether it be a vendor, which you don't see a lot represented at all, whether it be a vendor, a program, a person, an administrator, they're all represented separately. Those collaboratives aren't represented as wholes in that breakout. Thank you for those questions.
Good.
Hey, Mr. Calhoun. You don't have any questions?
Oh, I got a whole bunch of.
I thought you said you passed.
No, absolutely not. So my first question with the expanded childcare for teachers, how would that affect the budget for the Head Start? Or would that be going up under Ms. Foxworth with Head Start?
Oh, that's a great question. Those line items are actually separate, and it's something that Kim and Jeff have been working on for quite some time. So, Ms. Foxworth, you want to? Thank you, ma'am. And then we can talk about the other piece.
The proposal we put together is not including Head Start. A lot of our teachers would not qualify for Head Start because of the poverty guidelines. So what we're looking at is a gradual approach for teachers, very similar to the D20, but just doing a similar class where we would start maybe with an infant toddler class and then a 2-year-old, because we do have 3-year-old programs and we have 4-year-old programs. So our focus for the childcare would be infants, toddlers, 2s, and 3s maybe that don't meet the 3 by September 1st cutoff.
And we're looking at a paid model for that so far?
We did have included different levels. One of the next steps I want to take is go to the D20 family. So we're in there and say, this is kind of what we're thinking. Would you be willing to pay that much just to kind of get their threshold on what would be comfortable? I do have a comparison for each area for infants, toddlers, et cetera. And what we're thinking about asking is a lot less, still less, but we do want to have some income, generate some income.
And I guess that gets to Mr. Barori next. I know one of the issues we were talking about at Audit and Finance a couple of months ago when this first was brought up is about like with West Ashley High School. How are we able to maintain that with them not having the playing systems, what do you call it, like the playground out there? How are we able to try to justify that within?
So if I can go back, Mr. Calhoun, to the last question, just to point out in the slideshow that was presented today, the placeholder for under school support considerations is 466,000. That is simply a practical example. That was for 27 students, 2 classrooms at 1 school with no pay from the teachers. So we just wanted to have a dollar placeholder in there. Ms. Huggins has indicated she really wants to build this program and see it's successful. So we had no intention of providing this across the entire district at this point. But as Ms. Foxworth reported out, we've got examples where we've got it in place. We would want to look at trying to sustain that since they're already operational. From a facility perspective, to get to your last question, we do want to put this in elementary schools. I know that there's a desire to have this at high schools, but it's not practical from a facility perspective. We'd rather put it where the classrooms have bathrooms, the classrooms have an exterior door, the classrooms have there's playgrounds at the school. We want to look to try to import this or put this at elementary schools wherever possible.
Perfect. So that gets to my next one. I'm staying with you, Mr. Barodi. So looking at the slide that has like the breakdown with like Burke and Barry Magnet, Lucy Beckham and whatnot. My first question, they kind of feed off of each other. Like with Lucy Beckham, if we look at over the next 10, 15 years, having that new high school come out there, how would those numbers be affected? Like with the 361 that we have here, have we looked at how that'll affect Lucy Beckham going forward? I guess it might go, Ms. Huggins.
So, Mr. Calhoun, we don't, I wouldn't, I don't know that we'll see a significant decrease or increase to that pupil in poverty number on that slide you're referencing back from the 330, based on anything right now without a rezoning out there, if that makes sense. So we would anticipate that that number would stay very similar, plus or minus 5% to 10% at the most.
Right, and I think that also gets down to us working more closely with the constituent boards, because if they're going through a rezoning process, we also have to look at the funding that, how that may affect the funding of schools coming in. So say if West Ashley is going through, you have to look at how their rezoning process is going to affect those numbers as well.
Absolutely, particularly for the WSF at the elementary and middle schools, you know, since we've typically only got one high school in a feeder pattern minus North Charleston. You're right. We certainly would have to look at that. And any mid-year shifts in allocations would only be based on base student enrollment, not WSF. So I didn't know if you might be going there next, but we would only base that on base student enrollment, not any shifts in population. That's just not fiscally sound, I don't believe.
Right, so 2 more questions.
No, please ask as many as you will.
The 449 for Baptist Hill, was that comprised of middle and high school, or was that just the high school number?
449 is pupils in poverty, middle and high school.
So what, say like with Baptist Hill, would we look at the what is it, the 4-to-1 and 6-to-1?
We would for the middle. Oh, that's a really good question. We talked about it Thursday. Is that 449, is it just high school? The 449, I'm correcting myself. The 449 on this is just the high school. Just the high school. So in 612 configurations or K5 configurations, we would apply the ratio to the grades represented. So at Baptist Hill, we'd look at grade 6-8 and apply the configuration, and then we look at 9-12 as we work with Mr. Drayton.
Cool. Last question.
No, go ahead, yes, sir.
With the, I know we talked about the flow. It would come from the principal, then go up to their higher up. Who has to find an authorization? Can you give us like a little bit of that workflow of how WSF will work?
I sure can. So I'm not going to micromanage this at the central level, but the associates that sit alongside me will take the guardrails that we'll develop as a senior leadership team, of which they're a part. They're a significant part of tomorrow's meeting, in fact. I hope you all can still attend. And they will work, we will agree on guardrails and how we measure. And then the associate superintendent's part of their accountability matrix will be how they work with the principals to ensure these positions are going toward kids and what kids need.
Right. So say if one position, I'll figure out how I'm gonna ask that question, because I'm thinking like, well, say if it gets to the associate super, oh, my fault.
It's okay, go
What
ahead.
is that noise? If it goes to the associate superintendent, and then it leans more towards, academics, would it then go to the CAO, or say if you got something, you got a program going in that looks more towards the CO?
Michelle, so that's a really good question. Any programs that schools ask to implement, or any adaptive digital technology, anything like that will be vetted through Mrs. Simmons and her team seated to my left. Dr. Davis, Mrs. Rawlings, Mrs. Harris behind me. Any programs that have to do with student learning, Mrs. Simmons will vet, because the last thing we need are 10 more adaptive programs that are malaligned with South Carolina curriculum standards, and or aren't shown to be rigorous and have an impact on student learning. So those things will be vetted through Ms. Simmons. I'm going to trust the associates to work on the people part of this and human resources. So we'll just put it all out there at the same time. If you go back there and look on the board, We're talking about how we look at career ladders and how we look across the system to ensure that people are top notch to do what they do. For example, a literacy coach. What qualifications should a literacy coach have to be a literacy coach? So we're looking at standardizing those things across the system. So Mr. Calhoun, the answer to your question is inevitably the associate's responsibility will be to manage that process, but HR will also be serving as sort of a gatekeeper to identify minimum qualifications with input from associates about what people should know and be able to do before they're seated in positions that impact outcomes for kids.
Mr. Calhoun, if I can just quickly go back to clarify, the first question you asked was about demographics, just so that the entire board is aware that whenever we've done a rezoning in the past, before we looked at the new model, demographics were integral to that discussion. And I can say to every constituent board, they were very interested in seeing the effects of the demographic change of the rezoning. And it does affect it. We don't want to move all kids of one demographic into one school. We want to keep it balanced as possible. This new thing will be a factor because the money will follow a lot of the kids. So it will be an interesting change, but just for the whole board to know, we've always looked at demographics in the rezoning efforts.
Yeah, I remember my last rezoning. It was fun.
It
Ms.
wasn't as
Bailey?
pleasant, is it?
Ms. Bailey?
Yeah, I have one question, and I guess this is kind of like a statement. I had to write it down. I said, all are equally important, but if we don't pay, or we're not willing to pay the teachers and the classified support staff the amount of money that it takes to be able to live here in Charleston, then none of these programs or processes are relevant because you won't have the people there to put it into place.
We agree with that, Mrs. Bailey. Our teachers and the assistants who serve and the folks who are serving in our schools are one of the key levers to improve student outcomes. So we believe in valuing the people doing the work with kids. Programs, curricula are essential, but they don't teach kids, teachers do. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
And my second question, my second one is, we have plans in place to implement childcare in schools that are most in need for teacher childcare. Do we have plans in place already? Or like, before I came to Charleston County, I worked in Berkeley County at Boulder Bluff Elementary.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
they had a staff daycare there that I worked in. And I was curious to know if we implement employee childcare, is it going to be mainly in elementary schools? Will we put it where the need is the greatest? And if teachers are to bring their children, instead of, if we can't do it through early Head Start or Head Start, can they do it through a sliding pay scale?
I'm so glad you asked. Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Gaston earlier mentioned the North Charleston Commission. And one thing that commission is looking at is just this. And we've already spoken to Mr. Darby, for example, about the need for employee daycare. And so we are going to prioritize it. We can't bite off every area the first year. It's just not fiscally sound. So what we'd like to do is prioritize the needs that we believe have it's harder to retain teachers, right? And North Charleston is one of those, right? We know the challenges associated there. So we've targeted North Charleston as our first area outside of where we already have this in District 10. And in District 20, we have the model going down here with the D20 PCP, and then we have at West Ashley High School some childcare. The FY25 budget would have a placeholder to do this in North Charleston. So we'll start with the intentionality of rolling this out district-wide over time, but starting in the areas that need it most. Great question.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. McKinney?
Mine is simply logistics. The information is wonderful. Perchance, because this is a big move and we
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate all the information to help us make this big move. If it is so desired, could we, if not this evening, the tri-board be available for trustees, say until close of business tomorrow, to come and put our Sticky notes.
We'd be honored for you to have until close of business tomorrow. Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Our cabinet meets tomorrow morning and, but we'll have it in the area for you all to just come in and make your stickies at whatever time is possible.
Thank
you. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say kudos to the team for having the courage to think outside the box. And one thing that I ran on was moving the funding from the district to the schools, because that's why we're here. And so I really appreciate the work that you've put into this and looking into it. I had the opportunity to meet with my principals and hear from them their needs and got some really good notes from them. So I feel pretty confident in where I should be supporting the moving of the allocation of funds. So I am hopeful and optimistic.
Thank you, Ms. Watley.
Yep.
Thank you.
you.
I have a few questions myself. First of all, on the three categories that make up the weighted, I don't know what to call it.
It's okay. Weighted through the formula.
The categories for each one.
Uh-huh.
What would happen if we have a disabled student who speaks Spanish? Like, can they
That's a
count for
great question.
multiple?
They can count in all three categories. So we consider the child, if the child is in poverty, happens to be special needs, and speaks another language, there's an allocation in each, there's a tick mark in each box for that student.
Okay, which makes sense. Because they
It's a
would
good
need different
question.
services for that, right? Like,
It's a great
yeah.
question. I was asked that by two principals just last week. It's a great
Okay.
question.
Okay. And then you, on the previous slide that we looked at the different schools and how the WSB will impact them, you showed all it was presented to the board that all of the different schools that were shown are getting an increase. Are there any schools that are getting a decrease?
That is a great question. There are a small number of schools. I need to pull up a picture. There are a small number of schools. And when we looked at the numbers last week, well, I take too many photos. There are a small number of schools that would still earn in the process. They would keep their overlays, or they would keep one of their ESSER positions, but they wouldn't earn them all. Perhaps it's because a school requested a larger number through ESSER, and they didn't necessarily, when we went to the cutoff score, they didn't score 70 or above. So there are a very small number of schools, and I'll be happy to share that with you confidentially until we can work one-on-one with principals, but it's a very, very small number of schools, and there's no pattern across those schools. Like, I would have thought in our conversations last week, they would have been small schools. Not the case. I would have thought they might have been Montessori schools. Not the case. There's a myriad of factors. In two of the instances, again, there are a very small number of schools. In 2 or 3 of the instances, we were able to go back to the program impact reports and say, hey, these schools scored above 70, therefore they're represented in that $5 million number that you saw that said ESSER program impact reports, they're represented there. Again, all schools are still earning above and beyond what they actually earn, but some won't earn as many as they requested through ESSER. And we've known that all along. So we'll work individually with those principals as we go through this process. But again, we don't want to create another overlay process either. So we had a lot of conversation about that Thursday, a lot. And again, I can share that with you privately. It'll obviously be public knowledge once we meet with principals, but it's less than 10. In fact, it's less than 8. I can tell you by the end of the meeting publicly how many it is. I just need to find the photo on my phone.
Yeah, no worries. I just want to make sure that well, so one of two things must be true if I'm tracking this correctly. Number one is there were some schools who asked for ESSER funds that kind of didn't need it, or it went to something that wasn't as impactful. Or two, this model is going to lead to some level of learning loss because those ESSER funds that were needed are not going to be supplemented. So it's the latter that I'm more concerned with.
Same. I'm concerned with that too. This happened also in schools where there are not a lot, where there's not a large population of students in poverty, MLL, or special needs. So in some of these instances, the need for resources might not be as dramatic as in other instances. I think you'll see that when I share with you the names of the schools.
Okay.
So yes, and it will be important for us to mitigate those factors. And it's largely a few elementary schools that are impacted, one middle and one high. I think we ended up with one middle and one high.
I suppose I think the root of it, or the heart behind it, is I want to make sure that because there's amazing value in things being rigid as it eliminates discretion, which can then eliminate the human factor, which is a good thing in some cases.
Yes.
But not all. So I just want to make sure that as we're building this model, you're accounting for an odd case.
We are, and it's really strange for you that here's the list, and we did. And the negative numbers are, there are 7 schools, and in one instance, there's a loss of a 0.7. In one instance, there's a loss of a 1.0. In one instance, there's a loss of a 1.4. So I think you'll be able to see, there may be some schools in here involved in some of those collaboratives to which Mr. Gabrowski just referred. So what I'll do, in fact, well, I'll share this list with you all. It's minimal, particularly given where we've been with over 350 FTEs allocated as part of ESSER, but it still exists. So thank you for asking the question.
Okay. The very last one is in the video, the narrator spoke about tiers 1, 2, and 3. Ms.
That might
Foxworth,
be a question.
yeah,
I figured that would be a question.
Thank you.
Do you mind if Mrs. Foxworth answers that question when she gives the report on my IGDs?
Sure.
Tier 1 is universal, and as you go up the ladder, tier 2 and tier 3, tier 3 are kids that need the most support in our schools, and tier 1 is what we consider universal. But I'll let Ms. Foxworth, who is much more skilled than I, talk about that a little bit when she goes over the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for the thoughtful questions.
May I dovetail on what you're saying? And I'm kind of going on a limb here, because I haven't properly processed all of the information from that meeting. But one of the principals is one of those schools who scores went down. But in terms of this weighted model with the ESSER funds, there's still a need that that they would like filled. I'm not
Yours
sure
are
if-
all in the clear now, Ms. Watley. The ones
Okay.
you met with, they're all, and they were mitigated by scoring a 70 or higher on that impact report.
Okay.
So some of them thought they would lose, a few of them thought they would lose, but again, we were able to pick up as many as we could with that impact report scoring. And all of them still, it's important for the board and the public to know that all of them still earned what beyond what they would typically earn with the base student allocation, our way of doing things in CCSD. So all schools still earn across the system more than they would typically. There are just a few that either due to the number of requests or the low number of students in poverty, MLL, and special education, I'm sorry, may not have earned their full request. But again, we anticipated that with ESSER all along, knowing that we wouldn't be able to continue this forever and ever.
And how does that translate to the learning loss point that Mr. Kelly was making?
It's hard to tell, to be very honest. We'll have to have those individual conversations with principals to determine what exactly they want to prioritize over what we are able to give with overlays and ESSER requests versus what they will no longer have. And it could be, as someone asked earlier, I think it was Mr. Calhoun, it could be that their friends down the road a piece share allocations with them that they have too many of. For example, I'm calling out Mr. Larson. He's going to have some to share because he earned significantly through this process. So, it might be that the one that Burke doesn't gain, that Mr. Larson, as an example, I'm not necessarily saying that's a school. If Burke were not to gain one, then Mr. Larson, Ms. Swinton might say, hey, Steve, can I use one of your FTEs? And it's reasonable to think that with what Mr. Larson's about to earn and his heart for kids, he'll say yes.
And we're not here yet, so I'm gonna jump ahead. But it rolls into this. When we're talking about giving schools more autonomy through this process, how would that translate to, let's say, the curriculum that we're gonna look at? Because that split is coming up.
It's a good question. So, the autonomy will be, Mrs. Watley, and we discussed this a little earlier, and I don't think you got to hear the conversation, that Mr. Larson may say, hey, I earned these 3 FTEs that I don't need anymore. And instead of that, I want to implement after-school programming or this curricula for kids who speak English as a second language. Then he could transition or do some funny business with Mr. Prentice down there to take his allocations and translate them to a dollar amount. And as long as he gets through Mrs. Simmons, that his program that he wants to use with his MLL students or his students who are having problems with math, is vetted,
Or
he could use
specifically
that.
the ELA.
So the recommendations that Ms. Simmons and Ms. Rawlings and Dr. Davis will discuss with you in just a bit, there will be uniform recommendations through the state adoption process. And then anything above and beyond that Mr. Larson would want to do at Stall, for example, he would route the program through a process to vet it, make sure it's aligned with standards, make sure it's rigorous, make sure it's high quality opportunities for kids.
I think where the main concern is the Montessori schools.
Sure, and
I can share my notes with you, Ms. Simmons, if you want, and then you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
That'd be great, Ms.
Okay.
Watley. If you'll connect one-on-one with Ms. Simmons, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
And I think we're aware of some of the requests.
Okay.
And again, we value principals and what they think is best for their kids, and we've suggested that they can use resources and things from curricula that they believe will enhance the students' learning. So thank you for that.
So, Ms. Huggins, here at the 82-minute mark, can we,
sorry, sir.
no, that's okay.
We're done.
Is it, did you
I'm
want to go the
done.
rest of the report with Ms. Foxworth?
Yes, if that's okay. Ms. Foxworth had a couple of slides that she can share. Mrs. Foxworth, we appreciate your work. Thank you. Mrs. Dangerfield, it's the monitoring report slides and the strategic ed.
I'll be brief and just go over the key slides.
Mrs. Dangerfield, so if you will, if you want to refresh your screen right now in that final superintendent's report and go to slides 4 and 5, those are the 2 slides that, or slide 2, and then I'm going to delete slide 3 and go ahead to 2 through 4, Ms. Foxworth, we're ready for you.
Okay, well, good evening, Board Chair Browsey, Vice Chair Watley, board members, and Superintendent Huggins. I'm going to share a brief progress monitoring update on where the 4K students are currently progressing as we head towards the end of the year on the MyICDES state assessment. So our goal is the percentage of African American and pre-K students who score in Tier 1. So let's stop here with Tier 1. So Tier 1, here we go. So Tier 1 it's green, yellow, and red. So Tier 1 is green. That means that students are making the progress we expect so that when they enter kindergarten, they are ready to meet those expectations. The cut range, which is orangish yellow, lets us know that we need to either do more, test some more, do some more information, gather some more information to really determine the range of the child. And then the red is tier 2 and 3, and that means that that child is not performing where we want them to be, and we really need to provide in-class interventions and supports to continue them along the process. So our goal is based off of tier 1 is making sure as many students, 50.2% by next April, are in tier 1 on 2 of our tasks. We administer 5 tasks, but we're talking about 2 that are in our goals. The rhyming portion of the goal, as you can see, this combines 2 student groups as well as 2 tasks. The rhyming portion of the goal is ambitious because of how the task is administered. Our South Carolina Early Learning Standards require students to identify a variety of rhymes and creating some rhymes. This task have students make a judgment between the rhyming words that rhyme or don't rhyme. But however, our 4K students, our school leaders, and our team are up to the challenge of making sure the kids can do the task. So the next slide, Maggie. You have where we are right now. This slide shows how the trajectory of our Black, African American, Hispanic pre-K students are progressing on the assessment, starting at the beginning of the year, where we are now, which is 18.8%, and where we'll be at the end of the year. As the slide says, based on previous trends, we anticipate similar spring results that we've seen in 22-23. With that said, we do want more. You know, we're really working hard to meet the goal. We own where we are, and we will continue to working towards accelerating the data so we can meet the district goal. But more importantly, we want the kids to be ready. We know the kids, particularly in the CD program, many of them come in with some indicators, school readiness risk factors, and we want to overcome those in pre-K. So when they enter kindergarten, they're on track with their peers. Our department continues to support and coach teachers on implementation of Heggerty phonological awareness curriculum, and that's when you saw the students doing different hand motions. That's Heggerty. We also work with our main curriculum. We look at the small groups and really make sure that we are organizing students to meet the needs, and that we use our transitions. You know, maybe in the upper grades they don't use transitions well, but in pre-K we do. We want them to sing and dance and do rhymes and claps and all those things, not just during the whole group, but on their way to the outside, on their way to the cafeteria. So we do a lot of phonological awareness instruction during that time. All right, so the next slide, this one shows the trajectory of all students. The first one was African American and Hispanic. And so like in the last one, we are on track to be where we were in the past, but of course we want more. All right, next slide. I will just well, I guess there's no more. So I will just cut it down. That's okay. I will just say some big things we're working on. And as you said in the budget, we continue to have our teachers do letters training, and that's very important. We're at about 40% of our pre-K teachers that have gone through the pre-K letters. So we want to make sure we continue that. Obviously, we're working to make sure all of our Head Start teachers are certified, and not only just certified, because certification is not the only thing, but they have the skills to work with the 3-year-olds so that when they enter 4, that they're even more equipped. And so the 4-year-olds can take them even higher. And so that's something we're working on. So those are kind of 2 things I wanted to hit.
Thank you, Ms. Foxworth. Ms. Waters, did you have any questions from Ms. Foxworth? Okay, Ms. Roberson. Dr. Temple, did you have any questions from Ms. Foxworth?
No, sir.
Okay, Ms. Watley.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Grosky.
I have an awful lot of questions, but I'm going to want to sit down and meet with you. You know, this is not the time, because I see some interesting things in these numbers, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around them on the growth rate on the PK4. And I know there's going to be a lot of community discussion in the next couple of weeks as to what I'll be asking the community to do to help you, so that when we get these numbers, we're not at 8.1 or 13, you know, they need to be much higher.
And I think, I would love to have a discussion along with our new Director of Child Development, Ashley Hodges. One of the things we do spend a lot of time on, and academics are very important, but one of the things we spend a lot of time on is the behaviors, particularly since COVID. We really work with children, teachers, and students on making sure kids know how to share, get along with others, how to approach school. And so, you know, if a child is not in the classroom or is struggling with behaviors, they're not going to access a lot of this curriculum. And so I would love to partner with the board and talk to the board about how behaviors are impacting what's happening in the classroom.
And I think that's important just to get your talking points. So when you're out talking to the community, I mean, I can talk about being a grandfather of a 2 and a 3 and a 1-year-old, but when I look at these numbers, I'm just going, this is where the community's got to get more involved somehow.
So Mr. Grabowski, if I may, Mr. Kelly, if I may, Ms. Foxworth. So for pre-K, it's important for the board as a whole to remember, and I didn't do a really good job setting this up, so we test students to get into our pre-K program. So I want to make sure the board understands that it's the most needy students in our communities, students with special needs, students who have trouble communicating, that we allocate the first slots. And so those help explain some of those lower numbers on the end. So again, we target kids who are the most needy to come into our pre-K programs. And so I think that kind of helps explain some of those low end. And I want to make sure the viewing public understands that too. Sorry, Ms. Fox,
No,
I didn't
that's
set you up too well.
No, that's a great point. Like, for example, one of our schools right now, we're only at March, have 180 applications for maybe 70 spots. And so like we do all of our schools, we will prioritize to make sure that the kids who need the program the most get in first.
So if I really wanted to see what the students' capabilities were, I would look at the kindergarten scores, not the 4K scores.
So really, Mr. Grabowski, a very honest answer to that is, but go ahead. Ms.
Sure.
Foxworth.
And Ms. Roberts, my partner with assessment, can also join. One thing you may want to look at is also our FastBridge scores. I know last time you did have a presentation on FastBridge. If you haven't received it already, you'll receive a breakdown to show how our pre-K students, whether they're CD, Montessori, or Head Start, that's a really good measure to see how, after a full year of pre-K, how they're entering kindergarten, how they're doing. And we're showing pretty good outcomes on that.
Just on this point, one thing that I would also like to see is tracking these students from when they first start to after they've been in your program for a couple of years to see how the program has really helped overall.
That's a great point. So after Mr. Kelly's question last time, we just were able to provide some of that data. And I think it might have gotten lost in the board brief on Friday, but there should be a link and we'll reshare that with you, because last month we focused on FastBridge. There were questions about early learning and its impact. So now we're doing my IGDs. So we will share that so you can see just that, Ms. Watley, to make sure it's at the top of your inboxes.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Ms. Bailey, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions, but I would like to say, being in kindergarten for 16 and a half years, I've seen children that come into the school, into kindergarten with no Head Start, early Head Start, pre-K learning. And the difference between them and the ones that do go through Head Start and pre-K is astounding. And they know a whole lot more going into kindergarten versus them not going through the program at all. So it is a big difference.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey.
How does truancy affect your program? Are the parents so desperate they want to get their children there, or is it hard to get them there?
Well, I would say we're not officially truant because our kids are under 6, but we do, we at some schools struggle with attendance. That is something a lot of our principals have brought to our concern. And so we're brainstorming about how to really get kids there. We did start this year a kind of parent compact, not a contract, but a compact saying, hey, what we're going to do as a school, we're going to educate your child. We're going to provide the best that we can. But as a parent, this is what we need you to do. We need you to bring your child on time. We need you to read. And so that's, in previous program I worked in, that's something that we started, and it really became a gold star part of the program, that you knew that when you entered that program, it wasn't just free childcare, it was you're in a learning environment. And so this is the first year we've kind of rolled it out. So we'll continue to beef that out. But program-wide, we have parents sign this compact, and we'll continue to work on that.
Ms. Foxworth, I'll give you some language that the military uses that describes what you said. It's a shared responsibility
That's
model.
right. Yeah, shared.
So that may be a good phrase for you to put in your toolbox there. I want to echo what Ms. Bailey said as a 3 boys all in this age bracket, and the impact that your work has is massive. So thank you for your service to our community very much so.
Thank you.
Ms. Waters, you asked me to come back to you. Did you have anything?
No, I'll just say thank you for the presentation. And one of the concerns I had was actually addressed by the reminder that it's intervention essentially.
It is. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more question, if I might. On your last point that you were talking about, in the parent contract, since there is such a need and so many aren't getting it, if in that contract, just, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but if they don't share their responsibility as a parent, could they possibly lose that slot and it go to the next person on the list who wasn't able to get in?
We really, because we prioritize enrollment for kids who need the program the most, we try not to, we try first to work with the family. We try to meet with the schools first tries to meet with the family, and they bring our department in if they don't have success, particularly around attendance or behavior, and we try to come in and support the family. It is a possibility, but we try to make that the very, very last thing we do. We would move a child because a lot of, in the beginning of the year, families want a spot. And so sometimes families take a spot at a school way across town, right, that they know they can't get to. And so some of it is just getting you to a school you can have access to. And so our goal is not to, that is an option, but we really try not to because we know the population we're working with.
Thank you, Ms. Foxworth. All right, item 6, we'll turn this over to Ms. Bailey.
Okay, well, I want to ask a question because didn't you just go over that one?
We
in
did,
presentation?
Miss Bailey. We're all ready to be on the textbook.
No, I just wanted to
I
make
thought you were
sure.
combining superintendent's report in there. Good catch.
That's perfect.
Now we're on this item 6B, spring 2024 textbook selection.
Thank you, Miss Bailey. I really want to publicly thank Mrs. Simmons, the Chief Academic Officer, and Mrs. Rawlings, Dr. Davis for the work that they have done, the tremendous amount of work they have done leading entire Mrs. Rawlings is so excited. She's flipping over the panels here. The incredible work that they've done leading this textbook selection. It's been quite a massive effort that it involved hundreds of people in person giving feedback. And so again, they've done a great job. I'm excited about tonight's presentation. I'm gonna turn it over to Ms. Simmons.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Huggins. And so I will start by thanking the teachers who contributed to this effort. It has been extensive. It has been pretty ongoing, almost a year in the making. And so I do want to thank all of the teachers at the building who contributed to getting us where we are today. And so this presentation really is for information. It's not an action item, but very worthwhile. Maggie, if you would cue us up. Yes, thank you. So I thought we'd start and ground today's presentation in data. It's a textbook selection presentation, but thought it meaningful to center this conversation around our goal, our lofty goal of having all 5th graders on grade level reading by 2027. And so to call your attention to that 13% rate of change between 2022 and 2023. I share that simply as a reflection point, a reminder that with high quality instructional programs, we get outsized results. And so the idea today and moving forward with this textbook adoption is to make sure that we don't lose ground, to ensure that we select materials that will allow us to continue to advance, improve, and increase outcomes for children. So that's the crux, the premise of the presentation. And so you've seen this before, so I will not belabor it, but the South Carolina Department of Education went through a rather extensive adoption process, and you've seen this timeline, whereas in December 2023, They landed on a slate of adoption materials. It's been approved, it's been stamped, it's been adopted. So everything we had to choose from already has the seal of approval from the South Carolina Department of Education. I think that's noteworthy. The next slide simply outlines CCSD selection timeline. So in tandem with the State Department, we pursued rather aggressively, governed by policy IJJR, the selection process. And so here we are at March 11, speaking to you about the work, the effort, the choices from parents, the input we got from the community and parents, particularly this policy gives the voice and the choice to teachers. And so we want to talk about that today. Grounding this conversation in data and also anchoring it in this criteria of high quality instructional materials. Whereas we believe when we select materials that are first and foremost aligned to our South Carolina standards, they provide for on-grade level instruction rooted in the science of reading, presents a comprehensive instructional program, and has been reviewed and validated by third-party curriculum reviewers. We are working with high-quality instructional materials when we can do these 5 things.
Each school provided opportunities for their parents and community members to review and provide comment on each of the curriculum options. We also provided an opportunity for other stakeholders to review materials at the district office on January 30th. Here, you can see the number and type of comments that we received. We collected very minimal feedback that was concerning in nature regarding sensitive instructional materials. On February 16th, an ELA textbook committee meeting was held, and it was made up entirely of teachers. Each school was represented. The teachers worked to share their viewpoints regarding strengths and weaknesses of each curricula option prior to beginning the voting process. Elementary schools had 5 options for ELA and 2 options for kindergarten and 3rd grade handwriting materials. To give you an idea of the process we used, you can see a brief outline here. For example, again, we narrowed it down from 5 selections at elementary school down to 2 selections and came to a greater than 50% majority vote from teachers. In addition to what's on the screen, we think that it's important for you to know that each school was also provided a summary of all of their quantifiable rubric data submitted for their school from their teachers. Across the district, we had 641 rubrics submitted by teachers for the ELA textbook selection process.
So Ms. Rawlins just described the process we participated in for elementary reading materials. Let's get into the numbers. So for kindergarten and 3rd grade handwriting, you see that information displayed. The clear majority of teachers favored Zahner Bloser handwriting with 74% reporting. Clean, simple, easy. Next, we have the ELA teacher input. So as mentioned, we began this particular process with 5 choices, 5 options. And as you can see on the screen, the majority of the members of that teacher selection committee supports McGraw-Hill Wonders as their recommendation. I'll repeat that. A majority at 55.3% selected Wonders as the recommendation. But because of this really tight, slim margin of 5 votes, we literally had 26 teachers voting for Wonders and 21 voting for CKLA Amplify. That felt very tight to me. And so with that, we solicited the feedback, the input from principals as the instructional leaders of the school to just do a little bit more due diligence. And so the principals waited, and we simply asked them, can you have another deeper, more involved conversation with your teachers who represented the vote? Can you yourself take a hard look at the choices and give me an idea of where you believe you can support a reading curriculum for CCSD. Such a consequential decision like this could be 5 to 10 years in the making. We could have this particular adoption for a good 10 years, a minimum of 5. And so I wanted to be particular, specific, and very intentional about how we move forward. So with such a tight margin, from the teacher vote, I solicited principal input. And as you can see on the screen, at about 64%, the principals have indicated that they can support CKLA as the choice. And so you notice the variance. Let's move on. And Susan will talk a little bit about the premier features between our top 2 choices.
Both CKLA and Wonders provide explicit instruction and foundational literacy skills, provide print and digital materials for students and for teachers, and differentiated instructional supports. A premier difference in the 2 selections is that Wonders is a basal and uses accompanied level readers, while CKLA provides student readers for each unit, which is connected to science and social studies content. Both of these curriculum options focus on building knowledge across the grades.
Let's take a look at middle school recommendations. And so at that same February 16 meeting, the middle school teachers were able to weigh in on the selection. The top 2 were StudySync and HMH into literature. And as you can see, pretty solid vote recommendation and input came in at 68, roughly 70% endorsing StudySync. We haven't received any feedback to the contrary or any concerns coming out of this particular recommendation as a result of teachers weighing in. And so we had 22 teachers to respond, and here are the results.
We think that you should know that the 2 top options for middle school and high school were the same. And because of this, we have the unique opportunity to align our curriculum from 6th grade through 12th grade. Both options are closely aligned to South Carolina standards. While StudySync prints South Carolina standards clearly throughout the teacher's guides and within their digital platform, HMH provides correlation charts or crosswalk documents that would help teachers identify which standards are addressed in each lesson.
Okay, on to high school. And so Ms. Rawlins already queued up that we had the same top 2 selections at middle and high. And so the teacher recommendation coming out of the high school group solidly for HMH into literature at 64.3%. The input from teachers is recorded, and I want to share that we have received feedback from this particular recommendation from high school teachers and coaches concerned about the clear standards alignment, concerned about the functionality of the platform, as well as that vertical alignment from middle to high school. And so, like with elementary, I solicited some feedback from the high school principals. And you'll see here where the principals have weighed in and they support StudySync in terms of meeting the goals and targets for high school reading, literature, literacy overall in our district.
As a reminder, the top 2 choices for middle school and high school are the same. We want you to be aware that both of these curriculum options are similar in terms of approach and resources. The primary difference is that StudySync prints the South Carolina standards directly in their teacher's guides and throughout their curriculum. HMH, again, does provide the standards through a companion document as a resource for teachers to understand that standard alignment. For AP courses, we had 2 for ELA that were up for adoption, AP Literature and AP Language. So the selection of Bedford, Freedom, and Worth's ideas and argument was a clear and convincing recommendation from the teachers, and we have received no concerns as a result of this decision. Likewise, for AP Literature and Composition, The teacher selection teams also chose Bedford Freedom and Worth's AP Literature and Composition. Again, we've received no concerns regarding this option. I'm now going to pass it over to Dr. Davis to present information regarding the Science and Social Studies selection process.
Very similar to the ELA process, we followed the process that was outlined for textbooks for high school science and social studies. And so when you look at the recommendations that we're submitting before you today, and this was for advanced placement courses with the exception of one chemistry course. The reason we selected these books, or the teacher selected these books, were because, one, they were very much closely aligned to the South Carolina College and Career Readiness Standards and or College Board standards. So if you think about the College Board standards for advanced placement, each January, our teachers are required to submit their syllabus to the State Department for approval, and they do have to have a recommended text in order for it to be approved. Another recommendation was because of the pedagogical considerations in terms of how we teach higher order thinking, student discourse, the literacy skills, and how they supported the accommodation for formative and summative assessments and the like. So if you go into the next slide, so here's what our recommendations are for science. Again, chemistry 1. And if you look to the right, there's some of the teacher comments as they reviewed the particular text. For chemistry 1, you have AP chemistry. And again, very similar to ELA, we've received no concerns as it relates to these particular texts, Physics 1, AP Physics, and Physics for Mechanics. And if you noticed, for those AP chemistry books, generally the teacher who reviews those books are those teachers who teach us the course. So not as many numbers as you would have for ELA. Next slide. And again, for social studies, we have 2 recommendations. We're bringing before you AP Modern World History and AP Psychology. Very, very few teacher reviews. The teachers at the schools that teach those are the ones who actually review these books. And again, no complaints or no concerns as it relates to those books. Thank you.
So as you prepare to maybe ask questions or a question or two, maybe, I want to end the way we started with the reflection point around our data points. It's important to us that we continue with the momentum, the energy around our reading progress. We're proud of it. We do not want it to go backwards. And so that's why we're taking this extra layer, this extra added care to ensure that we're making the absolute best decision on behalf of our scholars. And so, Mrs. Bailey?
You want to start with Ms. Waters? You have any questions?
I don't have any questions at this time. Just want to thank you all for just the due diligence and for all the supplemental information that you provided as we requested. No, but I feel pretty good about what was shared here. Thank you.
The same thing. This was a lot. I did spend a lot of time unpacking this. So thank you for sending the additional information that we requested ahead of time. So I had an opportunity to, I have no questions.
Ms. Temple?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I know it was a very intense kind of selection process. I looked at the materials myself. I've done a lot of research, and I thank you for the report. I feel comfortable with what you've shared so far.
Ms. Watley?
I do have a few questions, but before I go into that, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the teachers and validate their frustrations with going through this process, especially after such a heavy lift with the one and now shifting to another. And just, I encourage you with, we're picking something we can stick with for a while. So it might be a bit of a heavy lift, especially if, the principal's option over the teacher's option is the one selected. So I just want to encourage them. I do want to ask though, as I mentioned to you earlier, Ms. Simmons, I'm going to share my notes with you from sitting down with the principals and talking with them. And I think we've talked about this at a previous board meeting, and I know Ms. Waters probably has a lot of interest in this with the Montessori community. And kind of where they're at.
with all of this because I did have a principal from the Montessori community and I'll share with you what she was saying. So I know, well, you already covered, I noticed that on the middle school slide, there wasn't the principal feedback, but I guess you looped that in that one slide with the high school principals.
The middle school vote was, I think, one of the higher in terms of weighing in. And so we didn't have any feedback to the contrary, anybody in opposition or concerned about that selection. So we didn't feel the need to poll those middle school principals.
Okay. And then with the middle school and the high school, where did the Amplify fall into that? Or was that a part of that process? That was just elementary school.
Right, that was elementary.
Okay.
We wish we had an opportunity for alignment across the system,
Right,
but
because I know
that
you
wasn't,
talked about that before.
that wasn't a selection opportunity at the middle and high.
Okay, all right, that's where I needed the clarity. Aside from that, I will sit down together and I'll share this notes with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Grabowski.
I'm really glad that you went back to the principals on the CKLA. Because I think we did a count. I think we had talked to over 72 teachers since January, and it was almost 100% on, CKLA. I mean, I didn't hear anybody talk about wonders when we talked to the teachers one-on-one. And so much of it was on, I think, the professional development, and we're talking to mostly seasoned teachers. And they had the feeling that, that the CKLA definitely gave them more to work with. It seemed to be a more strenuous program that you could go both ways with. And they were just a little worried about the wonders being, the type of program, the difference between the two programs. But I'm really glad you went back to the principals, because it seems like after that, like in the last 2 weeks, when I've talked to teachers that have come through our programs, they've all talked about meeting with principals and getting together as a team and discussing the pros and cons. So I can see where the problem with relying on this big decision based upon 20, or 5 votes, like you said, I really appreciate that you went that extra step. I think that was very wise.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
I echo what has been said. There's obviously a great deal of work that went into this from both the district staff as well as teachers. The one thing that stands out to me, and I guess it's somewhat of a question observation, maybe looking for some why behind this. Most of the data you presented, the principals and teachers are at complete opposites. 65% teachers, 65% principals, or 30. Do we have any explanation as to why the principals are seemingly in complete disagreement with their staff?
A lot of principals voted in alignment with their teachers, to be fair and to be honest. And so I think in large part, the policy called for teachers to come together. One was designated per building, and we asked that person to convene and deliberate, consider, and unpack the materials. And I feel like in large part, the principals allowed the teachers to do that. And so when I came and said, have you guys taken a hard look? I'd like for you as well to take a hard look, have a conversation and a dialogue. I have the actual comments as well from the principals, and some folks said things like, Wonders was our #1 choice and CKLA was our 5th. And so that principal remained with Wonders. And then others said, once we unpacked it, we realized the rigor, the writing component, the building background and content knowledge around CKLA was attractive, and it felt like it aligned with the science of reading that we've learned so much about in the last couple of years. And so I think that just putting it on a table and saying, do you mind going back and having a more deliberate, thoughtful conversation and getting involved? Some principals were transparent and said, I just gave this to my teachers to take care of. I wasn't as aware. Allow me the time to go back in and do my due diligence. Now, I'm not speaking for all principals. I would never do that. But in large part, I think the variance that we see in the first vote and the second, while that first vote was very close, I think it speaks to them going back and taking a harder, deeper dive into the materials. That's just my thoughts.
That seems reasonable. I just was wondering if that was actually the other half of my question was, do you have comments or input? Yeah, okay, well, that's intriguing. So the other part then I suppose is on the middle school, high school, I am assuming, don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm assuming there's a lot of advantage to having the same curriculum in both. Is that fair to correct?
Very, very fair.
Okay.
Ideally, we would have some continuity between either elementary to middle or middle to high. Absolutely.
I can't imagine that being a negative for our scholars. So then is that advantage does the advantage given to students outweigh the preference of the teachers? In this case, it looks like it'd be to overturn the high school principal or the high school teachers
Right.
vote. Does the advantage to the students justify going with the smaller minority vote with that particular case?
Excellent point. I'm glad you lifted that up. And so that's not my intention. My intention by collecting the principal vote was not simply to overturn, but to perhaps trigger us to reconvene, to interrogate further with the teachers as well. And so I do not want to disenfranchise or marginalize teachers. They're too important to our work. But I did think about the long-term implications of our choices and wanted to do due diligence in terms of introducing and engaging with principals. And so to be clear, I think the information presented today would simply warrant Ms. Rawlings and I re-engaging the teachers, not to simply overturn their vote.
Agree, and I want to be clear. I wasn't insinuating that's what you were doing.
Okay.
Yeah, the important line there was the value added to students would justify overturning the vote because we are here for the students, not the teachers at the end of the day, right? So
Ultimately, all 5 selections have been stamped and approved by the State Department. We are committed as a district to making it work, regardless of where we land at the end of the day, from the curriculum and instruction perspective, from the literacy department, and absolutely from the chief academic office department. We will supplement, we will augment, we will shore it up the best we know how to make sure that teachers have the best tools at their disposal.
okay, thank you for that. And I'm again grateful for all the work. The last point or the last question, the number of responses, the actual number of people that seems incredibly low. We have thousands of teachers in our district, and we have 11 voting. Where is the other 6,300 teachers?
So teacher representatives. And so each school selected one teacher to represent their voice. And a part of the process was to convene faculty meetings, grade level meetings, after school meetings to unpack together. So while one teacher represented a school, she was speaking on behalf, he or she was speaking on behalf of the school community. And so that's why you have the numbers you have. You want to speak more to that, Susan?
Well, I was just going to also point out that every teacher in our system that teaches the content area that whether it was social studies and science or ELA, had the opportunity to weigh in via rubric. And that's why I made you aware that before we convened the task force, we did provide the rubric ratings, that quantifiable information that was submitted via the rubrics, a summary of that to each school. And so I was able to disaggregate it and say, okay, Jenny Moore, here's how your teachers, this is what the average rating for your school, and to pull out just the schools, the teachers from the specific schools to give them that information.
I see. Okay. Something like the Electoral College. Makes sense. Thank you.
Mr. Calhoun.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Simmons. You actually answered one of my questions, when you was on your last answer, looking to see how some of these curriculums actually align with current PD that we have going on, like you're saying with the science letters or whatnot. That helps as well, but cost-wise, we good as far as like say if we were to have a continuity within like McGraw-Hill for what is it, 6 through 12?
Right.
Would that
So
help us out in the long
right.
run, like 5-10 years?
So this is one area.
Word.
It's not a budget line item.
Right.
Because it's a state textbook
Right.
adoption. These materials are complementary to us. Now, we could very well have to supplement in terms of the professional development if the vendor does not provide what we believe to be adequate professional development. We would then try to compensate for that.
That's where I wanted to get at. Yeah. So do you feel as if we,
Susan?
Each vendor does provide initial onboarding for teachers for the life of the adoption. So year over year for new teachers, as we're onboarding them, the vendor will come in and provide initial onboarding to teachers. But like Ms. Simmons said, if we want to train our coaches more intentionally to support the work in our schools, or our leaders, or perhaps provide coaching directly from others who have implemented the curriculum somewhere else in the country that are experts already to help catch us up faster. Those would be additional add-on services that perhaps we could contract with either the vendor or someone else, right, to help us get there faster. But that initial teacher onboarding is part of the package and the adoption from the state.
perfect, thank you. And last question, can you give us a timeline for the selection process, the final timeline that we have right now? Because we have March 11th to 25th.
We're on the clock.
Word.
We're on the clock.
Word.
And so we have until the very beginning of April to send our selections to the State Department. And so April 4th. And so by the time the next board meeting runs around, we intend to be back with formal recommendations.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ms. McKinney?
So I also say thank you. I reached out to my principals, and they reached out to their teachers. And the ones that I heard back from were very favorable for CKLA for several reasons, and Mr. Calhoun's going to like this answer. The fact that the investment we voted on for letters, these teachers and principals felt like CKLA went in line with letters above Wonders or any of the other curriculums. So I consider that continuing an investment, which is good.
Okay.
I also had one principal in schools say that they thought the professional development was more in depth and more frequent with CKLA. So that would help audit and finance feel good too.
As long as the kids got it.
So, Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Bailey, we will come back, as Mrs. Simmons indicated, at the March 25th board meeting, and your role will then be to vote on these curricular options for us to move forward to the state at the first part of April. Between now and then, we'll reconvene with teachers. As Mrs. Simmons suggested, we certainly don't want to disenfranchise them. Our goal is always to do what's best for children. And so we want to ensure that those who are charged with doing just that have a vote in this process. So we'll come back on the 25th. Certainly, if you have questions, if you'd like to see any of these materials, if you'd like to talk to principals, please reach out to us between now and the 25th, and we'll help you facilitate that.
Mr. Kelly, can I make one remark about the CKLA?
Ms.
Oh,
Dunbar.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Dunbar was next.
Okay.
No, I think Ms. Huggins just answered me because the 4th is spring break, so you're gonna bring everything back to us on the 25th.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
so in between then, now and then, if you would continue to share information with us so that we can read ahead of time, that would be very helpful.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to make one comment. I know I've made this comment to Ms. Simmons and Ms. Huggins and my principals when I met with my principals, and I did a little of my own probing. And one thing that I found about the Amplify CKLA is New York City schools implemented it, and they found that it was among the minority students and students that came from disenfranchised backgrounds. It was very impactful for them, very helpful for them. So that kind of, resonated with me, especially with the goals that we have with a diverse population.
Thank you.
So when the staff makes their recommendation at that point, and I'm sure you can share it with us, on what can we do with that? I mean, in other words, the board hasn't been the board hasn't voted on it, but I'm hoping you're going to make a decision real quick, which gives us some ample time to discuss it with people that are, obviously, but I'm just wondering confidentially wise, are there restrictions on like the impact study? We had the information, but we knew you hadn't talked to the principals, so you didn't want us sharing it. So I'm just wondering, when you come to that decision, which I hope you come to very quickly because of this timeline, what are you going to be asking of us about holding back on that information or talking about it?
So what you have here are the top two options at each level that have been vetted appropriately through not only teachers, but at the elementary and high school principals too, primarily because of either the closeness of the votes. We don't want 50% of teachers feeling some kind of way about the other 50%'s recommendation, give or take a few percentages, and or concerns that rose up from the high school about the alignment to the SC standards. So you have access to the top two. The public has access to the top two. Between now and then, we can reshare with you all some information we have about the top two options, reports from Ed, reports, other feedback that we have. And then you can engage with us on any questions you might have. When we come on the 25th, we will make a firm recommendation that aligns with the top two options in each elementary, middle, and high school. And Dr. Davis has already pretty much shared the top tier recommendations for science and social studies, and Mrs. Rawlings for AP Lit and AP Lang.
I think that's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about you coming in on the 25th and asking us to make a decision on the 25th.
So
You just stamp it.
we take very seriously, our role as the information providers and the recommenders as educators. And so we will work with the educators on our team to make a final recommendation to you on the 25th. And in the interim, if you have questions, certainly let us know, and we'll share with you the ed reports and related information in the board brief.
May I have one question? So this may help answer some questions. I know some of us were able to attend.
You were
at Calhoun when you had the materials out. And if we still have the samples and things that we had then, it might help you to look at it, even if you are not a reading teacher.
That's right.
I think the visual in these two choices is very different and might help people.
Where there seems to be a question about whether we'll choose CK or whether we'll recommend, CKLA or McGraw-Hill at the elementary, and then the two choices at the high school. We certainly can make those resources or any of them for that matter available to you between now and then. The choice does seem rather clear for handwriting, for middle school, for AP Lit and Lang, and for science and social studies. So we're happy to engage with you as trustees and let you know over the course of next week as we re-engage with teachers on this process where we're landing. Or where we think we'll be making the recommendation in advance. We don't have any problem being very transparent about that.
And Ms. Huggins, to your point, you said you didn't want half the teachers feeling any old way
That's
about how the other. I would think that we could defer to the principals who are the leaders to kind of manage that part.
Well, like Ms. Simmons suggested, any time with a decision as big as this that impacts student achievement, and that is a lasting decision for a minimum of 5 years, you want to be sure that more than 50% of teachers are vested in any decision that you make. So certainly the principals' interaction with Mrs. Simmons and Ms. Rawlings on this, is telling. And as we circle back, we want to make sure that the vetting process, particularly at the elementary school, is valid with our teachers. Ms.
Maybe,
Simmons?
I think I might have not been clear. I meant like, if there's conflict with the teachers
yes,
and
ma'am.
disappointment and
Oh,
I think the
absolutely.
principals will be able to
We
handle
trust
all
our
of that.
principals,
Oh,
many-
absolutely.
several of whom are in the back of the room here.
Who are
Mrs.
interested, they're
They're
interested.
they're here, I think they're here for this very decision. I know how they all voted. So, they don't realize I know how they voted, but I do. So, you're right, Mrs. Watley. We value our principal leaders very, very much in this system.
Simmons, this one thing. Ms. Huggins, you listed two areas, elementary and then the high school, but I want to keep what Mr. Kelly said. in line as well. The alignment with middle school and high school to real, kind of focus on that as
That's
well.
correct. Yes, ma'am. So that middle school option, it was a resounding response from middle schoolers, middle school teachers. And so again, one of the concerns that surfaced is if we went another route, high school, it would be malaligned.
Correct.
Right, Ms.
So
Coleman?
Yeah.
may I suggest speaking with the middle school principals?
We certainly can, we've got some support from Dr. Williams. We can do that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, I just wanted to say that I believe when you ask the principals what their responses would be, that brought forth a higher level of accountability for the curriculum that's being taught in their schools. And they just didn't make that decision on their own and not just looking at that material, but they also spoke to the teachers as well. So that to me brings forth a higher level of accountability for them. So yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Nope, then we'll move on to audit and finance.
Thank you, Ms. Huggins and everyone, for last week. We will be having our audit and finance meeting this upcoming. And as you can see with the action matters we will be having on Wednesday would be our purchases and contracts, greater than 250. Capital program reallocation, that Mr. Barrow will be presenting on Wednesday as well. The Head Start and FY 24 report that we are getting regularly now by Ms. Foxworth. That's my best friend now. But then also we have our, the capital projects, the ESSER update, and then the FY 25 budget update, which we received most of that today we received most of that today inside of our budget workshop. Lastly, our Constituent District 4 contractual matter. You will be seeing Das ist alles. Danke. That's it.
That was, say danke? Doesn't like thank you?
Little
Sorry,
German.
missed that. Okay, item 8, upcoming meetings, obviously, audit and finance on Wednesday, and then the board on the 25th. With that, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Yeah.
Walk away.
Hi.